What is up? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Truth and Transparency. It is Hump Wednesday. That's bullshit. 26 months there. Lana, know you and all the time and effort that goes into your work is appreciated. Thank you to you and your mods and other helpers along the way. Yes. My Cavs lost last night. We were winning. You're killing them. Fuck. Oh, well. Day 11. Karen Reed. How's it going for the jury right now? Well, I hope the jury knows at least some of the story. Okay, we were not going to find anybody that didn't know anything. Hank Brennan is going in one of the most whack-a-dack ways. So it is my opinion that Karen Reed's defense team is going to be putting on, when I say like their own case, like truly, they're going to be going from like jump. So hopefully they're already making those adjustments. Let's take a look at, and if those of you guys that saw my live last night, I'll be putting it back up. I just don't have time to fuck with those idiots right now, but it'll be back up. Let's see. I was going nonstop yesterday. We're going to go with, I want to try Court TV today. But let's see, where's it? Oh, there we go. Karen gifted 20 memberships.
And I didn't want
Let me just shake my little bell.
Potential bias.
Is it just me, or can you guys hear this? Okay. Why is it muted? I can't hear it. Paul Gallagher makes me sick. Again, thank you so much, Karen. Woo. All right. Paul Gallagher makes me sick. Oh. I made a post, and I'll stand by my statements. John O'Keefe was a dead man walking. John O'Keefe, I don't know what he knew. I don't know who he pissed off. I don't know what, but and Karen Reed, they were coming for her immediately to blame. So that's my they made a lot of moves between 2 o'clock in the morning and 6 a.m., 7 a.m. So and I'm not totally convinced yet that it was all to do with Sandra Birchmore. That town, that area gives me the pedo vibe. I don't know. Like, I listened to Gallagher yesterday, and he just comes across as like in the movie Sleepers, Kevin Bacon movie. Something's off with that man. That's just my vibe. Sorry. Where did the Green Launch video go? I want to watch it again. I've never even seen her name in here before. So if Carrie went in, she would have died too. Makes you wonder. I don't know. Jen McCabe trying to like pull her away more at the beginning of the night before that all happened. And there was a chance that maybe she was trying to keep her away from something at first. And then, hey, bitch, I tried and you fucking wouldn't come with me. So, yeah, see, people see it that way too. I can't believe that someone like Paul Gallagher made $347,000 fucking dollars. I'll tell you that right now. His background, doing work with the D, he's just dirty. He's just a dirty motherfucker, man. Keep that fruit the fuck away from my kids. Tell you that right now. I wouldn't want him anywhere near anyone that I had an ounce of feelings for. Charles Ray, whatever the fuck his last name, first name. When he went over there to the house, it was after Link and Gallagher came back from 34 Fairview. They got back at just a little bit after 8 o'clock. And then he's like, I don't know if somebody sent me there. I don't know if what, blah, blah, blah. No. You know. Oakdale, thick as thieves. How about his answer for Kelleher's? He's like, it's not a Ring camera. Bitch, the fuck, it's the same goddamn thing. Shut the fuck up. Like, what a little combative little pussy. All these dudes are just not. They think they're so hard. No, you are so soft. I bet you Gallagher's hands are as soft as pancakes, okay? Those fluffy fucking big ass hands. Just soft. These dudes are soft. I know it, because we compare packages. I bet you do down here, motherfucker. That's what I wanted to say if I was Alan Jackson. I bet you do compare packages, you sick fuck. These people. So, I think Karen Reed and her team, though, made some adjustments, and they know what's coming. That's why they did not cross Nicholas G yesterday. They're going to be calling him in their case in chief, if they even need to, and just not like. I mean, I would be telling the jurors that we are so sorry that you guys are so confused and that someone didn't explain this in chronological order. So we're going to do that for you, you know. Can you imagine, like, being a juror on a like, what are you doing, Hank? Like, your jury is supposed to understand, like, what's going on here. And but he can't win the case if he does it that way. He cannot win the case that way. And that should just tell you that, are you prosecuting or not? You're supposed to be prosecuting for the truth, not to confuse a jury, not to, like, here. He has to go in certain ways. He has to, like, tell the story and not have certain people going back and, like, back to back with their testimony, because it blows up. Like, he has to bank on the jury forgetting what one person said to another person. And whoa, wait, hold on. If you have to do that, you're like, you should not be prosecuting your case, in my opinion. It's like, hey, go read this book, but you're going to read chapter 1 last, and you're going to read chapter 6 second to last. So here's a book, and go ahead and read it. And I'm just going to put it in random order. You're going to read chapter 17 first, then you're going to go to 12, then 4. So think about that. That's what's happening. Karen, ring that bell. You are just the best on YouTube. You rock it. I am a firecracker because this shit's pissing me off. Hell yeah, I'm a firecracker. Man, that guy Noah could have been the ride along. I don't know about that. Maybe. I'll take another look, but I got something way better coming. Way better. Yesterday was just the tip. Yesterday was literally just the tip, and people in Moscow couldn't handle it. Don't worry. Oh my God, Octavia, where have you been? Oh my God, Octavia. Oh, shit. Make sure you guys go ahead and register your bingo cards. Bingo. And Bingo was his name. Oh, Diddy trial. A-lister name dropped in jury selection. What? Ashley Banfield. What the fuck are you doing? What the hell's his name? Howard Bloom. I love it. Ramsland was just like, let me just set the record straight. Y'all are fucking crazy. Hope she fucking just whips out a can of something on their ass. I love how I have random people writing me when they're like, I was watching a video of yours and it just disappeared. Yeah, because I just flat out, my channel does like PI work in front of your face. And they're like, oh, yeah, come on now. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. So, yeah, the Ridge Road car, we found the car, found the owner of the car, found some really interesting shit about that. And I believe that they have 2 Elantras. And after the murders, he took off the black custom rims and put on shitty rims. It's a lot of things. A lot of things coming, but that Ridge Road camera, 1125 at 401, yeah, that's not. We got that car. I gave it all to Ann Taylor yesterday. Actually, I gave it to Jay. I like Jay. Jay's Jay called it out the gate. Of course, they removed it in the middle of the night, like at 4 a.m. So I wasn't still up then. I was up till 3. Blowing the dust off that wrench. Paul Gallagher, we were comparing packages. I mean, do you guys know what I'm going to do with that in the video, right? Hank Brennan here. Put Hank and Gallagher next to each other. We were just we always compare packages. What weirdos. Who the fuck compares packages on a lawn? Like, think about how dumb that shit is, man. Like, yeah, you mean in your pants? Yeah, I could see that. We're always comparing our packages. Fucking idiot. Same guy that's using a leaf blower. Same guy that thinks he knows everything. Yeah. $347,000 a year paying that motherfucker. No wonder you guys are short-staffed, because you're paying all these people ridiculous money. I'm sorry, but who wouldn't become a cop if you would know that you make, I don't know, even $100,000 a year? Because back in the day, it was like, oh, cops made no money. Don't become a cop. You're not going to make any money. I bet I to differ. Cops are killing it, and they're getting mad at it. And they have a really, really good union. And you know how hard it is to get fired from being a cop? Well, Michael Proctor did. I just don't want to see another fucking mistrial for her. Borga Borga. That's mine. Borga Borga is my Borg name. If any of you guys take it, you copycats. What game are we starting with today? I want to do the letter F for fuck everybody in Canton. But we won't. I want to do Surround Bev's head again. We kind of like left off with that. So clear your cards and we'll start with Bev's head. I think Bev needs to give some head to somebody, maybe Paul Gallagher. Talk about packages. I bet you she was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Rocking away like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, that package. So we'll go with that. Surround Bev's head. Bingo! You guys see the way Bev's been sitting lately? Looks like she's been getting a workout in at night, if you know what I mean. She's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Frank, thank you so much. It is 8:54. Let's talk about a little bit of our stats here. Where the fuck are my papers? It's a... God. You know, I'm also going to tell Hector he's getting fired. I haven't even read. I think somebody came in my house last night. Jesus. We're going to have to go take a look around for this. I need this. This is really important stuff here. I don't want anything. Call somebody else. I mean, when are we going to hear from a cop or a firefighter that wrote a goddamn report? You think that's ever going to happen? Hank Brennan, I'm telling you, I don't even know if he's going to call Proctor to the stand. I don't even know if he's going to call. He's just going to go to the medical people. He's going to go to the, okay, we built this, here we found this tail light. We got the CERT team. But what do we need anybody else for? He doesn't. He's like, what do we need anybody else for? We got the CERT team. That's all we need. Nope, Jackson's at school. He wasn't feeling well, so he may have taken the day off. Good morning, everybody. Court starts in, who knows? Whenever Bev graces us with her presence. Good morning, the car, the bag of cups, everyone is everywhere. That was not a no fucking refrigerator. Lying ass bitches. Who believes that? Was never sealed. This is why Michael Easter should have been able to be called to the stand. If you show this to a fucking cop, it's actually worth a damn. They're going to be like, what? If I was a juror and he didn't call Proctor, I'd be wondering why, because each witness mentions him. Yeah. Maybe in his closing, he would say, I'm not going to call that disgraced trooper. Who knows? I'm telling you. Hank Brennan put in a motion that was granted to not be able to talk about Sandra Birchmore case and saying that it would confuse the jury. No, Hank, you are confusing the jury. You are starting from chapter 17 and jumping all over the fucking place. You are confusing the jury. I think that Alan Jackson should put in motion to say, no, Hank, you are confusing the jury. You and your fucking little skip to these chapters, chapter reading, chapter books. Hank Brennan's writing a chapter book. You know, remember those books? They were called like adventure books where you pick your, if you want to go this, then go to turn to this page. If you want to go this way, then turn to this page. That's Hank Brennan. No, you hanky panky. Oh, babe. Why would Hank even bring that in as a motion? Was Karen Reed going to talk about that? Oh, hell yeah, Karen Reed's going to talk about that. Nicholas G. Nicholas G hid 32,000, and I think that it's going to come out because they just have to do it when they're going to call him as their own witness, and then it's their scope during direct examination. Asking him anything outside the scope and cross, we can't do. You call him as your own witness. Make your scope. He's just going to have to show how it's relevant. And it's relevant because he did the extractions. He did the extractions, Your Honor. He did the extractions in that case. He did the extractions in this case. And it's relevant. The FBI, I think, did a solid when it was not a sealed, like the probable cause, it was all out there. And the person that did the probable cause, that chick for Farwell, she wrote in there about all of those missed text messages. Call her to stand. Introduce that. It's a public document. Were you not the one that did this extraction for this case? We're not talking about what's going on in the case. We're talking about your work. Were you the one that did this? And how is that not relevant? And so the FBI said that you missed 32 text messages, 32,000. Okay. You can always get a card in the morning, get like a new one, re-up your card. You just have to do it and send it on over. Because then I make sure that you didn't get a new card like right before all these words were said and shit like that. I cut out the cheaters. Sorry, I'm eating grapes because I wanted to eat some grapes. You know who I fucking love? I love, first of all, I love Andrea, AB. And I don't understand why more people, if you guys want to watch a lawyer, why you wouldn't watch on that channel. That's a channel that I would watch on all day, every day. That I also like Emily D. Baker. But I would show you some clips, but I just don't, I know he does like a pregame thing. Auntie Deb, they did him and Nurse Kim did a reenactment of Higgins and Karen Reed's texting back and forth. It's the fucking best thing I've ever seen. Oh, I can't wait till we do our live, man. Like, as serious as I am about my work, I'm as wild as I am about fucking fun. Like, that's how if I'm going to do it, man, fuck yeah, I'll live it up. Let's go. And I was rolling. Did you? He played Karen Reed and she played Higgins. Fucking so good. You know, I can show a little bit of that right now. I I just don't want to take away from his pregame show. He does it from his car in the morning. I'll pull up one of them here. But this is the one I was watching it yesterday morning. Excuse me, thank you. And I just wanted to see, because we've been trying to schedule this live to do. He wanted to know if he could interview me, and I said, yeah, let's get this moving. But if you go to Auntie Deb, DE, it's double B, and you go to, God, did he just finish? Oh, he just finished like 18 minutes ago. Where is his? He does all the. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Check this shit out. This is so fucking good. Like, God, I love this shit. Okay. Why did it go there? That's not what I wanted to do. Okay.
It's Karen. No. It's the weed whacker.
What the fuck? Question mark. I sent a picture of a six.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is so good.
Hey, Brian. It's Karen. No. It's the weed whacker.
What the fuck? Question mark. I send a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff screwdrivers. Yo.
Did you try the Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the heli for one last night.
Oh, I'm sure you did. How'd you get my digits? So weird.
So weird. This is so good.
Brian, how'd you get my digit? The Melissa and Lito show.
The Melissa and Lito show.
Oh. Karen, all right, hey. Oh yeah, that's me in the blue bubbles, right? Yeah, okay. Who the fuck is Melissa and Lito? I don't know them. I don't remember, but
I don't remember them.
I thought you were creeping through John's phone. Oh, wait, too many has?
Oh, he probably has no idea who Melissa and Lito are. I thought I was the last person in Greater No, it's too much for him. Greater Canton who didn't have your number.
Oh, look at, she's into it. She wants the higgy. She likes that big neck daddy. What? I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. You know? Man, it's like a foul ball with a pesky pole. Wonder if she'd like to see my pesky pole.
He answers quick.
Oh.
I must be drunk. You stink.
Yeah. Oh, I stink. Yeah, you suck, you slut. Oh, too much. Too much. You suck. And you're double. What rhymes with double? The bubble? You're a double bubble. Nope. Double trouble. There it is.
This is so good.
And you're double trouble? Oh my God. You're hot.
You're hot. All right.
Yeah, it's what big neck daddy does.
Okay. She's coming back on. They just said, I'll start from the beginning. They just want a sidebar. So
He makes the
we're
broad
fine.
sweaty. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's thinking about me. Or is she not? Uh-oh.
This is so good. Big
Oh
Mac
no,
Daddy.
man. Are you serious or are you messing with me?
I love her accent.
God. No, I'm serious. He's answering right away. He must be drunk.
The feeling is mutual. Mutual, Karen.
Mutual,
No.
Callan.
Is that bad?
Is that bad? Oh, he's nervous.
How long have you thought that? Oh.
God, he's a wreck. Are you okay to drive? Why don't you just stay here? Send.
Oh, no. Well, no, I am fine. I have an office at the PD, because she'll think that's hot. She'll think that's hotter because I got the space because of Berkey. Yeah. You didn't answer the question.
Didn't answer. Oh my God, he's needy. Rather you stay here, kind of a loner, which I used to be.
This is so fucking good.
Not really. No, I'm not that's fucking weird, right? Like, I'm not a loner, but I have a ton of buddies, actually, Karen. But I only let a handful of friends in my circle. Is a circle or a square? I don't know.
He's overthinking.
But I'm tight with him.
This is so good, man.
Oh, so you think you got me figured out, Karen? Shoot straight with me.
I told you. Much alike. Right?
Well, yes, I agree. And now what, Karen?
IDK.
Shouldn't you know?
You know.
Shouldn't you know?
Oh, I just gotta ask him. Stupid. Do you like me?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, Karen. I have liked you. Oh, take it back. Delete. Well, from jump.
I just gotta ask him.
Send.
Did he just say jump? God, what year is it? When was jump? No. Back. I'm gonna put it in quotes because when was quote unquote jump? Send. Oh, green text. Oh.
I think that's me. Is this me? I'm in the blue bubble. Yeah. From the first time that I saw you, and I remember that day. I remember it well. We're outside cleaning, and we were like making jokes together. You have a Fall River accent. I'm into it, but I won't. Oh, delete. Stop it. Talk to text. Weird. You really think that? I have always thought that about you.
What a fucking idiot.
Listen, Higgins, you are improving too much for me right now. It's 1 a.m. Okay, I just got back from the fucking hilly. I'm knee deep in pickle fucking chips. Okay, dill flavor. And I want to get a little wang because Marietta's a whore. And I want to fucking just prove that I still got it. So can you just fucking stick to the script, Higgins, and come here? Okay, thank you, send.
You're hot. You're smart. You're witty. But I didn't think you were interested.
Witty?
Yeah.
Witty?
Yeah, meaning like a little quick with a response. You're quick like a bunny, Karen. Oh, that's
because you're slow like a tortoise, Piggy. Okay, I just thought we were from the same neighborhood, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
from the same neighborhood.
Well, listen, tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Are you afraid to say what's on your mind, Karen?
Oh, I'm done.
I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Oh, leaving me hanging.
This is so
All right,
good.
turn. How are you texting? How am I texting?
Oh my
What
Jack.
is wrong with him?
Oh my god.
I gotta get out of this fucking town.
I gotta get out of this fucking town. That's so true.
Are the kids? Are you with the kids? Are the kids bothering you, kinda?
What is he trying to be like a Captain Save-A-Ho?
Captain Save-A-Ho.
I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are.
Captain Save-A-Ho.
Again, Karen, you're hot. Real hot.
Yeah,
Hot like the sun.
This is so
No
good.
shit, hon. Okay,
Oh.
I'm hot for Hillside. Okay, low comps. Okay, thank you, Higgy.
You're hot, period.
Period.
Hillside for sure. When were you interested?
10 minutes ago. No, I can't say that. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. I don't know. You're just my type. You know, clogged arteries and such.
You're hot. Period.
Karen, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. Question mark.
Sorry, Higgins. Wig hair down my throat. Doesn't feel nice when you're trying to eat pickled chips. How do you know I'm not happy?
How do you know I'm not happy?
Hold on. Edit. How do you know if I'm happy? Sent.
Right. I really don't give a fuck. What do you like about me, Karen?
What do you like about-
Oh my good Lord, Jesus Christopher Christ, who was nailed to the cross. I just feel like I'm from your neighborhood. You know, refer to the previous email. Send.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think maybe the Jamesons and Gingers are kicking in here, you know, but fuck it. I got at least another 2 and a couple of butt dials with Brian Albert. Yeah, ditto.
This is
I'm
great.
following your lead
Okay,
with
we're
this,
ready.
Karen.
Okay, we'll come back.
Oh God.
Fuck yeah, give it up for Nurse Kim. Big neck daddy Higgins. Auntie Deb playing Karen Reed this morning. Welcome to the transparency. Let's get it on. Woo! We have a day 11, bitches. Day 11. And for purposes of, we got to get what Bev says because we got Bev bingo. So let this hoe talk. So she said, counsel, do you want to see me this morning? And so right there. So go ahead and give yourselves counsel morning. So counsel morning. What else did she say right there at the beginning? Yeah. Mr. Reed's going to save the day. So let's go. Let's get it on. Bring in the jury. Murky will hook you all up. She's got the list going. But again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. Woo! I swear somebody came in my house last night. Oh, never mind. I found it. Whew, thank God. I was about to have a heart attack. There we go. God, what's that noise? Fuck out of here. Get out of your mind. Okay. Okay. You guys, I got so much paperwork here. Literally, if you could just mounds around me. That's just all over the place. I got my thing though. That there. And you know what? I need to take some allergy medicine because I can feel it. I can feel it coming on. Girl, need to breathe in this motherfucker. Won't you stand me up? I didn't say oh. Hey, Miss McCabe, bring in the cocaine over here. Come on, girl. Bring it down. Matt needs some. Make sure you're sharing. Give him the cocaine. Chop it up, baby. Don't you be cutting my shit. Ah. Woo! Yeah, right there. Now let's get the pool boy here. Get the pool ready. Uh-huh. John's coming over to take us. We'll get some Reeboks today, guys. Come on. Okay. I really wish he would step it up and at least do Adidas. Reeboks. The fuck's wear Reeboks? Woo! Thanks, Johnny. Where the fuck did jury go? Panera? Okie dokies. Here we go. We have I think we're at 66 sidebars. It's going to go over. I don't know why I'm counting. We have so far 12 witnesses to talk about the weather. We're going to do another recount, though. Today will be on our...
While we're waiting for the jurors, just for the record, I think Ms. Little had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from yesterday, and I don't think there was any objection to them.
That's correct. All right, thank you.
Okay, jury. Show me your teeth. You guys, I went out and bought some new pens. I can't handle that noise. What the fuck is that noise? Like, are we being serious here? Court TV, you guys suck. What is that noise? It's someone's vibrator. It's going crazy. Is it just me? My ears are really sensitive. I could hear anything. You guys can't hear anything?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly
It's a humming.
Pinoni, the Justice
Sounds
of the
like a
Superior
vibrator.
Court,
Sounds like a
holding
vibrator
exam
left in a
within
drawer
Crawford
on.
County, Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning. Good morning.
It's the fucking leaf blower.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions?
Thank you. You guys hear it too? Oh,
Discussing
thank
this
God.
case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said
There's
yes.
no way it's my earbuds.
You also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
These are apples, guys. There's no way it's my earbuds.
Yes, and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
I can't handle this. We have to switch.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Connor Keefe.
All right. Number 22.
honest, or follow me.
Starting after 9:12.
Step up, raise your right hand. Face the clerk, thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes. In various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the district attorney's office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes,
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved. Yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to grade key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
Yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was your role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag.
And why would you do that?
To secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were time-stamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74, please. Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes,
74A, please. 74B. Thank you.
Look at how quick he
Is
got off
the
that
same
one.
sneaker?
yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes,
Did you bring that item with you today?
yes,
Do you have gloves?
yes, sir.
Oh wow. He's introducing it through this guy. This is not who introduced the sneaker.
Do you want the lights
Tully
on, Mr. Perry?
introduced the
Please,
sneaker
thank you,
last
Your Honor.
time.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please. With the court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence. Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that
Yes, sir.
bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes,
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
These guys can't even open up bags.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
please? Thank
Remember Tully did this before?
you. Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Dean?
There's no objection.
Ianetti on the cross.
Exhibit 77.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who is collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times, then when you seal the bag, that could be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury. Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed?
They
and
came
given
from
to
the
lab
lab, you
personnel and
dumbass.
technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just 2 pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There was another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off, or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well? Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Yes. Good job. They're going to challenge that. Last year they didn't challenge it. This year they're challenging it. Good job. They said that they put 2 pieces of plastic in there. Now there's 3. This is what Tully would. Hank Brennan is trying to take out of people's hands things. Tully's going to be disgraced in this, okay? Michael Proctor is going to be, obviously, was disgraced in the last one. Anybody that is disgraced or who Hank Brennan believes the defense is going to include in like their shady shit to make this happen against Karen Reed, he's taking roles out of their hands to be like talking about here in trial. I think it's interesting that this guy, if he was the one to collect it and put it in a bag, why he didn't testify to doing that last trial and why Tully did. If he's having his little fucking pool boys come on over and here, come over here and pick this up and put that in there. Why didn't this kid testify to that last time? It's telling.
So, Mr.
Tully.
Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
Yes.
Okay. Sidebar.
Sir, in the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip. Like you to safely secure it, bring it with you, and bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And then I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
You
Ms.
would like to mark
Giannetti
it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that.
For identification.
And we're going to submit that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
Thank you very much.
And identification does not mean it's going in. It's just so you can talk about it. So that doesn't mean it's going into evidence. It's just so when you're at court, you can talk about it. You mark things for ID so that the court record, you know what you're talking about.
Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have exhibit 73, please? Sir, if you could look at exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ground level.
I'm showing you a photo. Do you recognize what's in it?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
There's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There's no objection. No.
Exhibit 79.
With the court's permission, could we show Exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, would you be able to close? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're talking about my outfit? Thank you so much.
You recognize that item, sir?
I went with the
Yes.
gray hoodie for
And
you
did
guys.
you bring those two items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please? Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
I believe that those are the two pieces that were pulled off between 5:45 and 8:21.
I'd move these items into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Ms. Giannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Cross this motherfucker.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you, Anna?
Yes.
Now, I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper. Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor,
Is
please?
there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the,
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Now, Trooper Keefe, as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation. No,
You have not yet.
no.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Yes,
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
a few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
you'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
okay.
I love moments like this. Get him, Yannetti. Get him.
Okay, Trooper, you do not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office. Is that your current testimony?
Yes,
If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
to an extent.
He's been trained to an extent.
No, not at all.
Okay, so if you guys are ever in court and you're pro se and a judge tries to say to you, oh, you only have it on a laptop, we're not taking your whole laptop in as evidence. You say, no, I only need this for him to refresh his memory. I'm not asking that my whole laptop goes in. I'm allowed to use a laptop to show you a report. So just so you know, you can use your laptop to show them something.
I've placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
Then say that you will take a picture and email it immediately to the clerk of court or to your person that's in there. So he has the report in his hand. October 21st, 2022. This is Sarah Livingston. The first time she was, remember I told you this happened right after Alan Jackson came on? Damn.
And Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take a
Sure,
look, sir.
go ahead.
I just like to refresh, take a look. Unbelievable. Oh, H-bag. What you get? A blowout, baby? Ooh, you going to the wet bar? What's up, girl? Wet bar blowout?
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes,
Okay. And the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
yes,
But you did not write the report, correct?
no, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind. I may approach Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome. Other examples are the reports on the videos that you, well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. Asking you this. You retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and C.F. McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes,
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
This is good because it's like if you went and he should be writing a report when he got something.
Sorry. Again, if you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Oh.
Okay, having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes,
And that, by the way, I said waterfall. Is that C.F. McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
this is C.F. McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant C.F. McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the waterfall bar and grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes,
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Yes,
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Yes, you're allowed to approach. That's how they refer to each other. I think I know where Unetti's going with this. Okay, so basically these guys are playing gopher. Like, here, go get these things, right? And then Proctor's doing the analyzing, right? So, but I would still think that there'd be a report that I went and got something. So I know, like, if I was doing this and you told me to go get something, that's fine. I'm going to document on, this day at this time, I met with so-and-so from da-da-da, and I got, whatever it is that I got. And then right the time that I then turned it over to the detective or who's ever asking me to go do that. Like, you're documenting everything that you're doing. You write a report for everything that you did. That's chain of custody.
Trooper, in terms of the
Sidebar.
troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January 31st. Of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
In Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
What?
With regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
Why?
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Okay. I may have a moment.
Two black eyes, cut above left eye, left side nose
May I
abrasion.
approach, Your Honor?
That's what I found in the Dr. Drake case. Motherfucker was punched.
Oh, want this one back.
Oh, please, thank you. So I placed another document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up at me when you're done.
He's looking at the autopsy, or his like report, like his own
I would
personal
direct your
notes.
attention to the second page for the question I just asked you.
He said second page. What are you doing? Oh, that might be an Eddie.
Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Come on, fucker.
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
It could have, couldn't it?
Most likely not.
What?
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not.
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
What?
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
What? What the fuck?
May we approach?
Exactly. This is absolute bullshit.
Feel free to stand up.
Yeah, feel free to fucking look at your packages. Unbelievable. He's there. He has personal knowledge. So what would do you want me to ask him, were you there? Were you sleeping? Were you watching her? Were you doing your job? So then you would know, okay, what she marked down, what she was saying, what she did, right? You left there and you didn't know that it was an undetermined death? Now, do you see how he is objecting to this shit? What would be the problem? Why would Hank Brennan be objecting to this? That should be everybody's question. Why would Hank Brennan be objecting to this? And Yannetti should be saying things like, Your Honor, I'm asking him about his duties at his job. This is what he's going to go there to do. Why would he need to go? It's to hold everybody accountable. Like, you don't do something unattended. Like, normally you would take pictures. Did you take pictures? So who took pictures? I mean, this is just sick. For a prosecutor to be objecting about this, explain to me. I want to know what his objection is for. Relevance? What? Foundation? What? It doesn't go well with my case? There's no fucking reason there's no objection here. Okay? Because this is all I was going to say. Your Honor, that's fine. If you're going to say this is what, I'll call him as my own witness. That's what's happening here, is that the defense can call all of these people as their own witnesses, and then it's my direct examination where it's my scope, motherfucker. Okay? And then you're just going to hear Hank Brennan objecting to relevance. And I am laying relevance, and I'm going to lay relevance. I'm going to lay foundation. Okay? Like, the question is how long do you want this trial to go on? Because we're going to get all of this in. It's just a matter if it takes 6 weeks, Your Honor, or if it takes 30.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Foundation.
Yes.
Told you.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
There you go.
It's the same thing, just asking different.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
This is insanity.
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in order to do that,
the body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body. I assume.
Thank
I'm not
you.
in.
Thank you.
And looking
Foundation
at the
laid.
body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
Take it, baby. Take it. Show me a package.
And
Get in
it is
line,
common
boy.
practice for the state police to attend autopsies when there's an undetermined death, correct?
Yes.
It is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the fact.
You guys want to hear a fun fact? In the Chris Watts, Shanann Watts case, his defense team attended that autopsy, motioned to attend that autopsy. And just like Yannetti said, rarely does that happen.
Is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scorti-Bello during the autopsy?
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, none. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
So
All right. I think he handled him.
where's this break we're going to take now?
What? Are we sidebarring it? Sidebar or just talking with your bailiff?
All right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so.
We did get you coffee though.
Recess now for the next hour.
I'd be like, I don't like coffee. I want a goddamn Coke.
All right, for the court, please. Close your notebook, follow me.
Something's going on. Something's brewing. We have an argument here. So this is considered a recess, not a sidebar. People that are wondering. Court is in recess. Okay. Court's in recess. We have an argument coming on. Okay, so exactly what I just said was going to happen. Brennan was arguing that lacks a foundation, lacks. You want me to ask him if he's looking at the body? Are you kidding me? This is crazy.
So I want to talk a little bit more about what we talked about at sidebar, and I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness, and that was a March decision, and I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A. And that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course a court is a judicial proceedings, of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
CC for ID.
Okay, thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what.
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it one
The
area.
decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
So what is it so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
give you the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to.
What?
The basis for her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject it. There is no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. Here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand, other than trying to draw some type of relevance to materiality. There's none. There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location, and although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert has nothing to do with this case, nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the
Hi, can I speak with Ann Taylor?
stamp? We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Ooh, I'm not muted.
The 227 timestamp.
No, that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been Daubertized with regard to Apple source codes. And if I could, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the State Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got Dalbertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them in this case. It's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody, Dalbertize.
Dehumanize?
Use a term to suggest some type of conclusion that has no basis in fact, as an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case,
this would be like this would be like Hitler denying if you Cyray, he would be crossed. He could be asked, well, didn't they not accept your in Colorado? Think about it. This is absolute fuck this guy.
it did not deal with the search of a tab and a
So that would mean that
suspended state in
Cyray can't be
Safari. It didn't
cross-examined
deal
on
with
that.
the timestamp. It was an entirely different
Just
issue.
showing you the.
By their analysis, if a expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics, and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis in
It's
another
not
case.
totally
They
different.
have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with her opinions here.
And
What
her
evidence
methodology
they
does,
have
you
that
fucking
her
idiot.
Methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court. What evidence they
it's
have
the
that the
same
methodology used
thing.
in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have
Well,
any. In
she's
fact,
using a different
they called
methodology.
an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera
was
case is
never
a
deemed not.
totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here's the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify.
Yes, confront.
And her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? But one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her. I won't even use the term Dalbertize anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You and any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand.
Yes,
Let
yes.
Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. but I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on
Yes,
the
the
very
confrontation
subject matter
clause.
she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location she has in her PowerPoint she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable.
Yes, she has.
It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found
her work
insufficient.
on that.
There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert. And this is how
Oh
they're
my
going
God.
to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis. That is a totally separate subject, or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion. It wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related report, different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court, there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point.
And they are.
This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate
It is,
decision.
Your Honor. It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating them. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hyde. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't anticipatory have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become eminently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
Right. And Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, Your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this: if they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to on some basis, because in order for the witness to explain to the jury her opinion that Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify, could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence, but not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds.
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
But I will. Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue. Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here?
Your Honor, may I ask one quick? May I, Mr. President?
I just want to know, is she here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah, why don't you come up?
Peter Herrera versus State of Maryland. Whoever sent this, I think you guys sent, I don't know if this is the right case. You have to go to the actual case, not the appeals case. Stacy, we have it as a winner. I will double check here and I will read off. Allow Mr. Yannetti, sidebar, mark that / is that marked. Mr. Leshy, Commonwealth, you're all set. Madam Court Reporter, and allow. Woo! Surround Bev's head. I figured that out after the fact, yeah. So this is what I think about. I knew right when I read it because it was Court of Appeals. I knew that it wasn't the right one.
Goodbye.
Goodbye what? We're on a break? What the fuck do they do? What's going on here? Oh my God. Oh boy. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so she's going to opine because Ian Whiffin is her rebuttal. Oh, I remember that. These people are wild. Bev's wild. These idiots. All right. Break. Sidebar. How many can we have? We have 4 so far. Ridic. Maybe 5 actually. Hank's going to another digital expert versus talking about anything to do with the actual crime. Ugh. God. Let me see. We had a winner there, though, by the way. Congratulations, Stacy. Woo. Oh, they're coming back on, maybe. Oh, and by the way, my live last night, the guy, Noah, who's best friends with the corn balls, they're friends with Emma Bailey. So for what it's worth, they all grew up in Moscow. And they both work at the university as engineers, scientists, and makers of science tools. Okay, last year, oh, well, actually, I could show this for a second. So okay. Lank took the lead. So this is from Good's testimony last year. Good said, Lank took the lead. We were in the dining room front of the home. Demeanor, it looked like they had just woken up at 6 a.m. Everything seemed to be in order. They were in there for like 20 or 25 minutes. This is Good when he went into the house of the Alberts. Last year's testimony. Gallagher was arriving. He arrived at around 7. 5 to 7 minutes to go get a leaf blower at his house. Came back and gave it to Gallagher. Good recorded it. Exposed blood and small drinking glass. Then I moved the cars out of the way, closed the road for a picture. They show the dash cam at 6:53 a.m. Curbing, kick off with shoe, make a mark of it. No crime scene tape in that photo. So he's the one that we're talking about, it kicking off the curb. The broken glass and the blood Lank took back to the police department. How well do you know Chris Albert? Reasonably well. D&E, I eat there, yes. 18 years I've known Kevin Albert. 5 years, ever share patrol car? No. Friend, yeah. Socially hang out. So they socially hang out. So I wonder if they were at the Blizzard party. Primary reconstruction analyst of this case. Mark specifically in paragraph 2. The car section of the report. I'm not in the state police. Sergeant Son, Camden Police primary investigation. Recusal decision was after January 29th. We do not investigate homicides in Canton. No, we do not. At 1:30 a.m., I saw Brian Higgins. I saw him in the dispatch area. Did you talk to him? Did you see him in up and close versus just through the videos? I don't remember. Did you call him? No idea why he came. No. It's not unusual. Did you smell him? No. Did you see his demeanor? No. Do you recall any of this? No. How long was he there? I don't know. Was he doing paperwork? No, he wasn't doing anything administrative. Couple hours after Brian Higgins, taking down info, desk worker location, 34 Fairview. My police report says 34 Fairview. Front page of your report, face sheet. Is it important? Yes. Is the accuracy important? Yes. So it says 6:15 and 30 seconds, John Good arrived. 6:25, Lank arrived. 7 a.m., Gallagher arrived. 6:38. What did you enter foyer area? Basement, but upstairs. Never went downstairs. No. Seraph had his trooper vehicle there. Mulaney had his. I arrived in mine. Then we had an unmarked detective's car or SUV Lank, and then SUV Gallagher. It was his personal car. Ambulance. There was 2 of them. Fire trucks. There was just one. Never there at the scene. There was just the lights were on, no sirens. 1 hour and 40 minutes on scene. 7:50 a.m. is when he left. So I call bullshit on all of this. When the leaf blowing actually occurred. 1 hour and 40 minutes on scene. 7:50 a.m. left. Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. He didn't see Brian Alberts. 7:50 a.m. clean the scene. Do you see Kevin Albert that day? Kevin Albert about that day night? Right? Yes. Did not include any language to say, I hit him in your report, right? No. Physical evidence, leaf blower. Did you properly search the area? Did not want anything. Did you not record anything? Were you using your hands to search? Don't recall. Were you using your feet? You used a leaf blower, your own personal one. Yeah. You found no taillight. You found no men's hat, no size 12 shoe, right? Mulaney was on the road. Did you do a crime scene log? No. What's that? Crime scene log. These guys crack me up. This is why Good hasn't testified. Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed. Town of Canton Police Department was. Why was Higgins' address not the right address? I do not know. Next page of your report. Evidence log. Any logs? Were there any? Shouldn't there be logs? How about evidence being booked? Evidence logs. Superior evidence logs. Nothing. He said Officer Paul D. Gampetro. So his name was listed last year. I was looking for that. And if they just would have called that fucker and asked him what the fuck he did. He says, wow, where are all these logs? He said he took 4 to 5 photographs. He took 4 to 5 photographs, gave them to Gallagher. Right here, like, come on, I'm so disappointed. I knew that. I said it yesterday in real time. I said, wait a second, there's no way that Gallagher was taking photographs when Good went to go get this leaf blower, because I knew that Good took the photographs. And so he says right here, he took 4 to 5 photographs and he gave them to Gallagher. Recognize the time frames, January 29th. What were they? You see the rag there? When did you take those photographs? Who took those photographs? Redirect. Sallyport was from February 1st. Lanks Voidier last year. Now, Lank, you know, good old Oakdale. Oakdale, where you at? Lank was involved in this hardcore. Chris Albert, couldn't tell you closer to Chris, not to Brian. Brian Albert, I'm just civil with. But off duty in 2022, you were at a bar. You got in a physical altercation in a parking lot. He says, I'm closer to Chris. Long time drink. I would have drinks with Chris. Drinking, yes, many years ago. There was a bartender called Canton Police Department. Then 3 days later, so he's like, yeah, this was 22 years ago. Handcuffed Alfredo. Something happened at the mobile gas station. Witness intimidation, reports against them. Charges were thrown out. Tim, Chris, everybody. So you just came to the aid of a friend, right? Aid and assisting, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go to his actual. Where the fuck is he? Where's Seraph? Okay. Seraph last year. Dispatch log, never saw them. Exhibit 27. Is that true or false? False. It's not in the right order. Wrong time. What is the address? It's the wrong address. It's not 32 Fairview. 35 Fairview is what you tested to at the grand jury, right? And that'd be incorrect as well, right? Were you trying to mask the address? No, I'm just here admitting to my mistakes. One of them was giving mouth to mouth. They had blood on them. Jennifer McCabe, no life-saving measures did I see Jennifer McCabe giving. She briefed me for seconds. Did you do anything physical to help John O'Keefe? No. I saw Karen Reed trying to save John O'Keefe's life. How important is it to be accurate in your report, Sheriff? You're supposed to take as much time as possible to write the reports. This is when Alan Jackson was like, so nobody said you can only write 3 sentences, right? Accurate report taken. So March 15, 2022, that was the date for a January 30th, 2022 incident. What took you so long to write that 3 sentences? Did you ever meet with your proctor? Meeting April 14, 2022 before grand jury. Did you changed your story? Testimony was off my memory. Well, grand jury, was this just your fault? Was it an oversight? What happened here at the grand jury? Dash cam. It says, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home. You hear that? My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home. Plays audio 2 times between 6:09 a.m. and 53 seconds and 6:10 a.m. and 4 seconds. He does a good verse Seraph dash cam side by side because it's the different angles. I noticed that at 6:35 p.m., Jen McCabe's watch registers a flight of stairs, but her phone doesn't. No law enforcement officer checked the house. Steve Mullaney, these are cops that we haven't heard from that we probably should have by now. So I'm just telling you guys what they said last year. So Mulvaney said it was a snowstorm, stayed in a lot, so he didn't get stuck driving around. So that's what he was doing all morning. He was just hanging out. 1 mile to 2 mile route given to jury. He identified Reed, Jen, Carrie. Stretcher, backboard, he helped. Face up, back on the ground, 10 feet from the curb. 6 inches of snow. Really, there was no snow, right? Water frozen to his face. Injuries, nothing stood out. Fire department helped O'Keefe, didn't go to ambulance. Doesn't recall seeing anything under O'Keefe, like a phone. They asked him, was there anything under O'Keefe? Don't recall seeing anything under O'Keefe. McCabe spoke to him about who the victim was. There was screaming, loud noise, and that's my boyfriend. Is he dead? That's all I was hearing is that's my boyfriend. Is he dead? Dispatched. We heard about suicidal statements. Someone called Mr. Roberts to section 12 her. See how Carrie's involved in all of this stuff? Because they couldn't take her back home yet. Why? Where her SUV was, right? Because where was Mr. fucking Gallagher? That's why they're saying, oh yeah, Gallagher was there at 7. Gallagher was there at 7. Gallagher wasn't there at 7. I want to see Gallagher on the screen because I think that they had they couldn't take her home yet. They don't let her go back. When I say home, I'm talking to John's. Okay. So if you actually go back to the beginning of this and you replay this all through your head and you actually look at the timeline, they're keeping Karen away from the house, right? To section 12 her. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Approximately 5 minutes after they left, good shortly after. He's saying that they left about approximately 5 minutes after they left. So he said he thought he was on scene for about 90 to 120 minutes. It was very cold, windy gust. Good arrived shortly after, then Lank, then Gallagher. He was asking him, he showed him a picture and said, can you identify where John O'Keefe was? Like on the ground. Mullaney started his job as a part-time in July of 2020. August of 2021, 6 months junior officer on scene. Doesn't know which one is Karen Reed. How close to Karen Reed? Don't know. Didn't know blood. Didn't notice blood in hair. Nope, I didn't notice any of that. Those would have been important to note, correct? Yes. Did not hear Karen say anything. He didn't see no blankets, no info on who was in the house by Jen McCabe, right? Google anything? No. Did you hear anybody say anything about Googling? No, definitely not. EMS report, text the call, ALS type of call, 7-page report. Could you see body when you arrived? Didn't know if police were there. 34 Fairview left side. We arrived at the hospital at 6:45. This is Flamati. I grabbed equipment to bring. Who was all in the ambulance? 6:06 dispatch. 6:07 was I was en route. 6:14 there, and 6:15 at the patient. So they got to John O'Keefe at 6:15 because he had to document all of this when it was happening. These are last year's testimonies if you're just joining us here. Let's take a little peek over here at Carrie motherfucking Roberts. Carrie Roberts went after Jen McCabe last year. Carrie Roberts said upstairs, all of them went upstairs at John's house. She showed a picture of this. She was shown a picture of the Lexus in the Sallyport. Carrie Roberts said that's what it looked like that day. Jen and Karen wanted to go to Meadows. Jen and Karen. Again, Carrie is keeping herself away from Jen and Karen wanted to go to Meadows. I saw you pull up in front of my sisters. That's what she's saying. Like Jen told Karen, I saw you pull up in front of my sisters. That's when I was like, yeah, lies. Like that was the biggest lie to get across. Like then she was shown pictures close up. 8:22 a.m. after Gallagher. That's interesting. I need to look back at that. She said Bella's mom doesn't like me. She showed a mound of snow was shown to her. She was shown baby blankets. Lally said, what were you doing? She said, I dug his head out of the snow. His head was in 3 to 4 inches. He was covered with snow. This year, she said his head wasn't, but his body was. She said she's CPR certified. She said phone was under him. I told them that they could clone my phone. She said that she gave John's phone to someone on scene, a firefighter or a cop. That's all we heard from Carrie Roberts last year. Now, how was this admissible last year? Laura fucking Sullivan, Aruba trip. Pat Rogers and I've dated him since 2013. I was pregnant in July of 2013. November of 2013, Pat committed suicide. I looked into that report, by the way. I don't know if Pat committed suicide. Let's just say that. I have no problem saying that on the record. I have Pat's police report from that day. Somebody was there basically when he pulled the trigger. John never left my side after that point. December of 2013, birth of my kid, I asked John to be the godfather to my son. We're always in contact. He was the first in the delivery room. Younger sister, Karen, yeah, she's crazy. We don't see them the next day in Aruba. John had passed, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. She's the one that uses the term that found him at 5 a.m. Waterfall, 34 Fairview, February 8th, 2022 to interview you. So she was interviewed on February 8th, 2022. She was interviewed before fucking Sarah Levinston. Then Margarita gets up there and says, Johnny O'Keefe, go fuck yourself. Fuck you too. February 8th, 2022, Proctor interviewed. Proctor interviews these fucking sluts on the 8th. Fucking before fucking interviewing fucking Gallagher. How is any of this admissible? Talk about fucking a train wreck. What else do we have over there? Oh. Paul's full of shit. So at 7:26, Jen McCabe texts Karen Reed for Carrie Roberts' phone number. I think that was staged. I think that they should look into seeing if Jen had ever called Carrie Roberts before that. How did she get Carrie Roberts' phone number? Because Karen didn't give it to her. So when Jen at 7:26, which would have been right after Lank leaves, because if they were in there for like 20 minutes, so 7 to like 7:25. And at 6:47 a.m., Jen's heart rate blows through the roof. Maybe her heart rate blew through the roof at 6:47 because she heard, hey, Karen's on her way back to Meadows. Hey, H-Bag, let me ask you a question. What do you think about my Oakdale, whatever was going down at Oakdale over there? You know how Karen Reed said, what was it? She said she referred to in her interview as Brian Albert's house. She did not say 34 Fairview. I think that that's going to be interesting because I think that that's what she thought. She thought that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cybers. 22. Who the fuck is this? Order. I saw it last night. What did Sean say to you after he saw your video? Who's Sean? I haven't talked to Sean. I bet you Sean's loving my video. Is it the one that came down or did it stay up? these people got in front of Carrie Roberts. Who the fuck is up at 5 o'clock in the morning? Think about it. I'm sleeping. First of all, if everybody can find out how people's phones, like they had their phones, was Carrie Roberts' ringer on? Were these people's phones on vibrate? You call me at 4:53 in the morning, I'm not answering. Like, even if I like, oh God, I hear it, I look over, I'm like, what are they? I'm like, I would be so out of it. Let's go back and look at, where's my day yesterday's? I was doing some work on this one, right? Yeah. I thought you read an email mentioning about, something yesterday morning about the video. Oh, no. If he sent me an email, I haven't seen it. Okay. Do you guys would rather see this, or is it okay if I just say it? After we heard from the weather guy, we heard from Nick G again, and he went through all of the phone calls he went through the phone calls and the voicemails, and so I have every single one now exactly like to the second. And there's a couple of things that I take away from this. She's literally, so she calls him at 12:33 and 35 seconds. And if his phone closes at 12:32 and like 6 seconds, then that would be 1 minute and 30 seconds basically after she would have struck him. That she was calling him and then just blowing him up. Like when I say blowing him up, 12:33 and 35 seconds, and then it's 12:34 and 9 seconds. So if I'm to call somebody, okay, let's see how long this would take. I'm going to time it. So you guys can see, I go to my stopwatch, press start. I'm going to call somebody that wouldn't answer. Hey, do me a favor, and I'm going to call you right back. Don't answer. I want to see how long it takes for me to get to your voicemail, okay? Okay, bye. All right. Stop. Restart. Stop. Restart. Okay, ready? Start. God damn it. What is this thing doing? Okay, 30. Okay. It took me 30 seconds. So that's exactly what I thought. And then she would have had to, when she hears the voicemail pickup, then she's pressing off. Then she's going back in, and then she's calling again. It's because 12:33 and 35 seconds to 12:34 and 9 seconds. It's exactly what it would take. And so you're literally calling. When the phone picks up the voicemail, you're hanging up and you're calling again. And then after she calls at 12:34 and 9 seconds, okay, she's able to call back. Again, it would be 31 seconds later, 12:34 and 38 seconds. Then she hangs up, literally. Again, it's the same differential. And so I'm like, what the fuck, dude? She's literally calling. Oh my gosh. She calls 1, 2, 3, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And the 7th time at 12:36 and 40 seconds, which would have put her 300 feet to 150 feet from the house because she hits the Wi-Fi. So it's the very least she's right in that area. But the voicemail that she leaves is on the 8th one. After she does the call, ring, 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 hangs up right away, has to call again, hangs up right away, calls again, but decides on the 8th one, she's leaving that voicemail. I fucking hate you. And then hangs up. Now, because I'm going to play devil advocate with those that say like, so my question would be is, I'm just kind of shocked that she didn't text, but I get it. She's driving. Okay. So I'm just going to call you. I fucking hate you. And then after she does that and says that, hangs up literally, it calls then back in 1 minute and 26 seconds. And then after that, again, it's like every 30 seconds. Then voicemail number 2 is the beeping in the heels. And what's interesting with these times is when you look at Jen McCabe's movements and what the fuck she's doing. Jen McCabe at 12:41 and 35 seconds, Karen's leaving a voicemail. At 12:41 and 31 seconds, Jen McCabe's phone begins to move 16 steps. So she connects to the Wi-Fi. And I get this. I wouldn't want to go in if somebody was there because I'd want to say stuff to you outside. But so she connects to the Wi-Fi and has 5 minutes before she's basically going into the house, putting in the garage code. And then basically when she gets into the house, there's a gap then. Because from 12:41 and 35 seconds to 12:55, she does not call John at all. So that's the 15 minutes that I want to know, I think is there anything on her phone where she uses a different app like Facebook? Can I go on and fucking Facebook dial Jen McCabe or somebody? You can go on your Facebook if you have Facebook and you can go and you can click and you can like call people from that. Because at 12:55 and 31 seconds is the first text that says, I'm going home. Not like, where the fuck are you? Like, I just left, because she's not stating the reason. There's never like if the person that I'm dating just doesn't come back to the car, right? What the fuck? Where are you? Like, where are you? What are you doing? So that's why I think that somebody intervened, because she texts, I'm going home, 12:55 and 50 seconds. She texts again, see you later. And there's a 3-minute gap. And then the phone calls then begin again at 12:58 and 19 seconds. And she hasn't called her parents yet, because that doesn't happen until the 1 o'clock hour. So you can't say that she was calling her parents between 12:41 and 12:55. If Kaylee, or is that the girl's name, right? If his niece is up, I don't know. She's in 8th grade. I mean, 8th graders be up, right? Maybe she's like, oh, hey, oh, where's John? Now, again, calls at 12:58 and 19 seconds, 12:58 and 47 seconds. Again, it's just like that call, hang up, call, hang up. And then the third voicemail, here we go, 12:59 and 24 seconds. Nobody knows where you're at. She's home. She's within the Wi-Fi at 12:36. My Wi-Fi kicks on when I'm like approaching my house. So how I envision it is that she was calling and sitting there in the garage. She was trying to get a hold of him. She wanted to leave one of those messages in the garage. She didn't want to be loud in front of the kids, you know? So now Jen McCabe is calling and blowing him up as well, beginning at 12:41 to 12:50. And so if you see the stand, or Jesus, Lana, if you're actually able to see John's phone and see that that's going on, are you with it enough to say, hey, make sure that we're calling him too, so that it looks like we don't know where John is either? Because these so-called butt dials that she doesn't want to associate with, that she has ever made, that I don't know how they happen. They just happen. All of that was between 12:41 and 12:50. And then she stops at 12:50, Jen McCabe. She claims, though, that Jen McCabe claims to have seen an SUV there until 12:45. And what she says that she sees, and we know that can't be Jen. I mean, that can't be Karen. So she calls, though. She begins to start calling before she's texting. She begins to start calling right after the 12:45. So she calls between 12:46 and 12:50 a bunch of times. But between 12:41 and 12:45, she's texting. That's where she's like, hello, where are you? Hello. Those 3 different texts that happen between 12:41, she does twice. And Karen didn't text yet at all, so she wouldn't know. I'm just matching up there. Then, yeah, so the whole, like, nobody knows where you're at, I think that really helps Karen. You could also say that if there's any text messages or calls from Kaylee to John, that she's saying nobody knows where you're at. And I don't think that she would be counting the kid, though, in that. Because why would Kaylee know where you're at? You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't. Now we bring in to the question or the equation at, which is Allie McCabe at 12:31 to 1:08. 12:31 to 1:08. She makes a 12-mile trip. And it's interesting that she has to begin this at 12:31 to leave her house. And that's the same time that John is no longer, like, his phone, basically. Like, 12:31 is like a big, that timestamp. And so where did she go? And what was she doing to make this 12-mile trip between 12:31 and 1:08? And I think it's going to be really bombshell because the defense put her on their witness list. It's important. And what's interesting to me with that as well is sometimes we text people that we're not supposed to text. We mean to text somebody else. And I just was like, oh, fuck, I sent her the text versus this person. So the whole thing, like, pull in behind me or pull up behind me that text that went from Karen or Jen to John, I've always said that there is a chance that that could have been for her daughter. Because 12:31, she begins to leave the house. And so if they would have just gotten off the phone, so I think that there's a chance that Jennifer McCabe meant to say, you know, pulling behind me. There's a chance that she could have said that to her daughter as well. But Allie said that she went home and she stayed home and was home the rest of the night from 12:30 on. Yannetti asked Keefe today, you had to write down the MEI number, right? And you had to, when you took care of Jen's phone, and Jen doesn't put down a time, but you put down a time, right? And I'm interested to see if that at all is going to loop into something about, he wanted to make sure that that was talked about. I think it's going to. Now, she refers to John as a pervert after she texts him, your kids are ducking alone or cucking alone, whatever, and I'm back in Mansfield. And then there's a gap for 7 minutes, and then she calls again. She says he's a pervert at 1:10, and then 1:10 she calls again, 1:12, 1:12, 1:13, 1:14, 1:14, 1:16, 1:16, 1:17. 1:17 she leaves a voicemail. You're using me, John. You're fucking using me. John, I'm going home. 1:17. Calls back at 1:18. Then there's a gap between 1:18 and 4:38. And then the calls begin again at 4:38, 4:38, 4:39, 4:40, 4:42, 4:42.
Enter your participant. Please enter the pass. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can.
All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
Boom, bitch. What'd I tell you?
You are unmuted.
She couldn't get it. She can't.
Do you want this
She cannot
under
not
that?
allow that. Boom. Fuck yeah. Winner, winner. The laws. See, like this is the stuff that wasn't happening in trial 1. Remember how Bev wrote in one of her orders? She's like, you guys never even renewed your third party culpability. You guys didn't even do certain things like during the trial. Alessi is so fucking important. Okay. He is like saying he's all about procedure. He's like, yo, wait, we have to do this. We have to preserve this. We have to do this. You got to do this. If you do these things, you're going to, you can't just say, hey, Your Honor, we object and we need to do this. And case law the fuck out of that hoe. Case law the fuck out of that hoe. Best sentence of your life, Lana, right there. YouTube didn't allow me to type it. Andrea just called Bev a weak excuse. Weak. Alessia, you do whatever you want to Miss Hyde. Fuck her up. Get her pregnant. It can't wait. If you can't shut them up, get them pregnant.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Boom. Data, 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 baby. It's all about the data. Witness number 23. Jessica Hyde. I want to see if she what game? Oh, what game? Good call. I should have called it before that. Regular bingo.
Raise your right hand.
Please solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
God.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica space Hyde.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an associate. I'm also an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program. I also own a digital forensics company that does training, services, and research.
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there to law enforcement, civilians, et cetera.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm
review,
so sorry.
what does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are three types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
You mentioned you work in forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University, a master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. On local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device I was provided. Yes, not the device, the forensic image for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider, or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 timeframe. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's really received, there's actually three, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, and then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran two different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Gray Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns a Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022 at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual. And on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup. And I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated, is that correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, that could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo. Any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m. and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the different databases?
I did put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Any new piece of paper, do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McKee.
Is that the exhibit that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
Could we approach it? Or if I have to object if you want.
Come on up.
All right, we have an objection here to this. Objection. And sidebar. Third. Okay. 6 sidebars. I just think that none of this matters if you have a timeline person there to show that Jen McCabe didn't make any of these. Well, she did the Raining Men earlier at the fucking house, but she didn't do the Google search. She wasn't doing any of this shit on her phone upstairs. Her phone never went the fuck upstairs. So at the very least, you'd want to show that they didn't do this upstairs. Her phone never went upstairs. And it matters because they couldn't have been in bed listening to Jen be, Karen go, all this bullshit. You want to just discredit these fucking slobs. And then the big thing is that you want to show how it looks like she doesn't have the phone either at the 6:22 time. She doesn't. Remember, it's a big lie here that she never was asked to Google it, okay? Carrie Roberts has to come clean and say, yeah, I never saw her do that, never heard her do that, or heard her say to do that. And so why would anybody do that, right? Well, because the whole time what they were going to say that was the plan all along, right? That should tell you that the fix was in to set up, what's her name? And Carrie Roberts was like, I don't want any part of that. I don't know what the fuck you guys were doing. Dumbasses. Don't fucking get me into that fucking Google shit. Connor Keefe. Who goes to a fucking autopsy and doesn't take notes? Okay. The fact that they tested how long in the cold versus how long in the snow blizzard nor'easter is, why would that matter? If you don't know when he was put there, why are you asking how long to die in the cold? If you have no idea when he was put there, if you don't know what time he was there, then why does that Google search help? It doesn't. Would it? I don't know how I feel about the whole.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And-
look at my copy of the chart or no?
Why don't I just
Your
ask
Honor,
you?
may I?
See if you can answer the questions in concurrent first.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search how long to die in cold?
Correct. I was looking for two searches, both how long to die in CIKD and how long to die in cold.
So as a forensic examiner, how do you begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
Oh, shit.
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search of 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
Yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use Magnet Axiom.
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used Artex and Mushy. But Artex is capital A, lowercase rt, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is M-U-S-H-Y. You're welcome. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got this, the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Celebrate, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
The software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month. And to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Celebrite tool to analyze the 227 search, did the search How's Long to Die in the Cold have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for How's Long to Die in Cold. Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that How's Long to Die in Cold. Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Celebrite.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, How Long to Die in the Cold, and seeing the 227 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching, examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as How's Long to Die in the Cold with a timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out, went and found it instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, "How's long to die in the cold," where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded. And it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when the search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database.
The P.
I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history, and it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome, and you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non.
Who woke up when she said porn? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Make yourself known. Holy shit. This is why people fail. God. There's no amount of Adderall that could get you focused and keep you awake for this type of fucking lecture. I mean, damn, girl.
On private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden?
I don't understand the question yet.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for browser state DB, cloud tabs artifacts, History DB, Mobile Safari plist, Knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 62351, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the Mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that Knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the Knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that Mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And finally, at 62447, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 22740? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 624, we have two timestamps in the same two locations for how long to die in cold. The Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no.
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 22740?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question as to the opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'll see you at sidebar, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. You guys, I'm sorry, but I just woo. I think the Commonwealth's idea is that if we can make sure that we get this through to the jury, that you guys, this is just not like, you can't consider this as part of your reasonable doubt. So if that's what the Commonwealth believes that if we can show, like, not to have this be any part of this reasonable doubt that could exist, okay? They think they have the rest in the bag. This is what I'm envisioning that they're doing based off of how the order that he's went. I have a feeling that Hank Brennan is going to rest really soon versus what we were expecting. So, because this is like huge reasonable doubt here. If Jen McCabe is Google searching at 2:27, a house long to die in the cold. But if you're hammering this home, that did not happen at that time at all. It's based on this. And here, John O'Keefe does not make another move after 12:32 and 6 seconds. That's their two things. That's what the Commonwealth is focused on. And it does. It's if you were going to say that, and I think they're going to try to just go with, like, let's not focus so much on murder and let's just get this whole accident and really hone in on that. Because Brennan might pull at the last minute that they aren't even like seeking the murder charges and they're just going with it. She was seeing red and she hit him. I didn't think that she hit him. Like, she was about to leave and take off, fuck this. Then she decided, no, reverses it, goes back. I'm not leaving. I have something I want to say to somebody. I want to get, like, buck with somebody, and then hits him, not meaning to hit him. And then she panics and leaves, but she doesn't know that she hit him. I don't know. You got to show that John wasn't dead at 1:32, incapacitated. You got to show that phone is not moving because John's not moving. Okay. You get the jury on that path. Just like showing that the going up and down the stairs isn't from being on a flat fucking street. It's from him getting out of the car and him running into his buddy's house over there on Oakdale and all those people that he knows over there that are all fucking cops. She was at home at 12:36, so 4 minutes to get home. I did the math. 12:31 and 51 seconds. I think what really helps her is the fucking voicemails. Nobody commits murder and then calls somebody and fucking yells at them like that. Okay, after I just fucking plowed your ass, man. And I meant to. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you, dude. Yeah, fuck you, man. And then I'm just calling you like a complete fucking wild. I mean, and then I would use Proctor, the reason he got fired. And I would say it's because of his discretion in the case. If he would have he was covering for the people that did it. Nobody was covering for Karen Reed. Okay. They were covering. He wasn't going and getting things. He was burying things. Because you guys have to remember, this is a case that she had a lawyer right off the rip, which means if he got on shit and started preserving stuff and got his PI out and going and getting items, right? That doesn't normally happen in a lot of cases where you may not have a suspect that you arrest for a month or 2 or 3 or fucking years. When you're arrested relatively soon, right after the murders or whatever the fuck happened, if your defense team, if you get them in line, in gear, and you go get a whole team that you can like go out and get stuff that wouldn't be there, let's say after a month or two because like surveillance cameras aren't around anymore, or interviewing people, or lurking around. And that's why I want to know if it's going to come out in this case, who is the person that tipped off Yannetti to say, hey, I think you need to look at the people that were in that house that night. He says it like that. And everything's always been like in that house. What house? What house? Everybody wants to say it's the 34 Fairview house and who was in that house. Well, why don't we look at the people that were in a house? John O'Keefe was not lost that night. John O'Keefe went straight to Oakdale. Straight there. Straight motherfucking there. He just happened to get lost on Oakdale. I don't know where I'm at. Out of here. No. Yes, Karen Reed does get onto John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at that time. But what I'm telling you guys is that it's it looks bad. It looks bad. It looks bad that here his phone does not stop. His phone stops moving. Okay. At 12:31 and 50 seconds. And then, or maybe it stumbles a little bit more into like 12:32 and 6 seconds. So let's just, for easy math sakes, 12:32. She is calling him at 12:33 and 33 seconds. Then, like I told you, nonstop, saying all these things. His phone not moving again would make it seem like he doesn't even have a chance to, like, if he was still alive, you're going to have to explain why wouldn't he answer her calls? Why couldn't he even click to the side just to ignore the bitch, right? I'm just saying, if you're a juror in a room and listening, this is what people are going to be saying to you. So you need to be a juror having and explaining it back. And the only way that it can be explained back is if you can explain that John's phone, it's not because it's under him that it's not moving. It doesn't mean that John's not moving. And you do that by showing Jen McCabe's
You've explained to
data.
us the analysis you engaged in the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the data set guidelines for generation of the guidelines for data set generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of data sets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How about
Sure.
through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is their, 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
Is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the Scientific Working Group Digital Evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term, "How's long to die in cold?"
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty,
Here it is.
what is your opinion about whether the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. Massey, on this issue, okay?
Remember, the sidebars, they're all, it's not like off the record. It's on the record. We just don't hear it, okay? So Alessi is making the record sound. For example, I'll use something out of a case, out of one of my own cases. You know, me, I just like to go toe to toe with people and fucking go ham on their ass. Let's see here. Oh, I might need a different one. I'll just play around here. Okay. Let's see. I need this book. Give me this book. Okay. All right, so okay. Ready for this logic in the courtroom? Okay. So, this is me. Your Honor, if I could approach, can I see what that is? Says the other attorney. Where are we looking? The magistrate says. Lana says, it's actually in that book as well. It's underlined up top. The other attorney, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Clearly, page 12 of 34 indicates that the judge was referring to credit card debt and the debt which resulted in defendant's financial misconduct. It has nothing to do with her testimony. Magistrate says, would you like to be heard? I said, well, this actually has to do with credibility. And so I do think it's relevant. This person has testified under oath before, and her testimony was deemed not credible. So I believe that this would be a credibility thing. So I'll overrule it. So I won. Okay. Then I say, this is how wild fucking lawyers are. I said, do you remember when you testified to that? No, I don't recall. I'm going to object. I said, what? I said, this is me. I said, isn't it true? Nope, there's an objection, the magistrate says. I said, wait, objection? Yep, I'm going to object. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was an objection. Testimony. Yeah, no, this is not relevant. This motion was filed a year or 2 years after. I said, she's like, the motion, it goes forward from the date of the motion filed, the date of the filing. I said, what? I said, how could you predict the future? When you file something, it's for what had happened in the past. How are you saying that we have to talk about what has happened since then?
I'm now going to ask you for your first
That's
opinion.
the logic of lawyers.
So you shared that you have an opinion about whether
Wild.
that timestamp 2/27/40 was, whether or not that was the time the search how long to die in the cold occurred. Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty your opinion about whether that search, how long to die in the cold, occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Okay, the objection's overruled.
She overruled it.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar to how long to die in the cold that evening on that tab?
Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train of
Do you have an
thought.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, how long to die in cold?
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Did you develop a chalk?
Oh,
that I
I
showed you
did.
earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
Whoa.
Again, I show you. Same document.
Wait a second.
Okay. Did you develop a chalk?
With what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Did you develop a chalk that I showed
did.
you earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
Because the tab was deleted and it never went through its whole cycle.
Again, I show you. Same document. You recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
That's a
Yes.
fucking huge win for Karen Reed right there.
Redaction, that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
I think Hank just made a big blunder on how he asked the question. That's why she couldn't believe that the question was asked like that. Oh my God, yes, he did! Woo! Big blunder by Hank Brennan. Oh my God, that's why she said, can you, like, she was trying to help him out. Oh my God! That's just what happened right there. He asked it wrong. He asked it wrong. Because I was like, wait a second. And that's why she said, I want to make sure your question. Fuck yeah, you cocky prick. He's a little snake. You prosecute for the truth. That's what you prosecute for. What he's doing here is a fucking sin in this courtroom.
Again, I show you.
Hold on.
Document,
Let me rewind.
Yes.
On that tab, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize.
Look at this. Okay, here's the question.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar
on that
to
tab?
How's Long to Die in the Cold that evening on that tab?
That's where he fucked up.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize.
Can you repeat?
I disrupted
Sure.
my own train
Do
of
you have
thought.
an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, How's Long to Die in Cold?
Overruled.
The tab is throwing her off. And it's not, there's no, the tab's
Just
been
ensuring
deleted.
that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Because the tab is
Did
deleted.
you develop a chalk that I
I
showed you
did.
earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
That's what happens to cheaters.
Again, I show you. Same document, you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
I'd move subject to redaction that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Exhibit 82.
Madam Clerk, 82?
Exhibit 82.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. Hyde, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column, it's a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term "How's long to die in cold" with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6/23/49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mm-hmm.
What is the term? And what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6/23/49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, "How long does it take to digest food?"
And then under that, 6/23/51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long? TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as "how long?" TIDINCIKD, which that is available to us in the mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing.
She's fucked.
It sees and holds your knowledge.
Right there. See how it's
students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging.
Why would the 6:23:57 a.m. right there be above the 6:23:56 seconds? You see that? If you're going in chronological order, 6:23:49 seconds, 6:23:51 seconds, 6:23:57 seconds, 6:23:56 seconds. Why the fuck would that be out of order? Answer that to me. Or is it just your typo? See, that's my ass in class. I'd be that person, say, "Excuse me, what the fuck's wrong? Why is this like that? Why is 57 coming before 56? We all know how to count." I have a problem with that.
That same search. So that search is being tracked in two places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see "How's long to die in cold?" And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
What's the user interaction?
Through testing of the artifact for browser state DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that how's long, HOS long to die in cold was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that mobile Safari plist, repeated in Knowledge C, Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for browser state DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 227 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
That's not
You offered that the how's long to die in cold is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that How's Long to Die in Cold was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 227 search, there are two other issues that you were asked to analyze. We talked about them at the beginning. Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, how's long to die in cold, was user deleted on that device.
So there's two really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area. It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table. Just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table. Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We're moving. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions. So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those WAL files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the WAL file. Just because it's in the WAL file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be that wall file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the wall file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the wall file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the wall file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the wall file. That particular item is a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of Ha's long to die in cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the wall file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the wall file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the wall file for that reason. That doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database, but you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the interface. So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
The tools, Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parse. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes, if it's how's long to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the phone?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count too, and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Wouldn't you mean the
Do
first
you have
call
an
would be
opinion
deleted?
to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things?
Okay, but guess what? None of this fucking matters because call detail records. Your call detail records. You may be able to delete stuff from fucking phones and shit like that. Call detail records, known as CDRs. CDRs. So, also, it would make sense to me that if I made a 201st call, wouldn't it be the first out would be call number 1 to go, not call 200? She said it would replace call 200. When you make call 201, basically it becomes like, I would think that it would push out the first call that I made, not the last one that I just made before the 201 call. I think she misspoke. I would just have, my cross would be very simple. I would confuse the jury here. And I would talk about private browsing. I would say, but none of this, you have no idea. So for example, if she was to be private browsing when she Googled house lawn to die in the cold, okay? Because actually the person that actually was browsing, they were in a private browser and they Googled house lawn to die in the cold, right? There's no record of that. So then in the morning when she would go, not realizing, because she doesn't know that, right? Not realizing that she's trying to cover for that one, she then Googles house lawn to die in the cold because she doesn't know that it wouldn't show up. She's just trying to cover for it, right? That's how I would say that. And because the person that actually did the Google search, let's say at 2:27 in browser state, right? Or maybe they did it at 4, or maybe they did it at 1:30. Okay. But that was in a private browser state. They knew to use private browser. But maybe the person at 6:24 in the morning, she was just told, hey, when you're there, you need to like Google this and we're gonna say that Karen told us to do it, blah, blah.
All right, Ms. Hyde, I'm gonna let the jurors have lunch. You can walk out after.
So I'm just wondering if you could try to do
it. Recess for 45 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Basically, if you're confused, how do you, when you go back to the deliberate, you're just gonna have people gonna say, okay, so should we just disregard and act like the phone, like, what are you gonna take from the information? Raise your hand if you think that she Googled it at 2:27. Raise your hand if you think that it was just Googled at 6:24 or 6:24. Now, the big part here for me is that Carrie Roberts, she already just got called out lying. Basically, how about this? Raise your hand if it doesn't matter because Jennifer McCabe lied about why she ever fucking Googled it at 6:24. So if she needed to lie and say that Karen told her to do it, why don't you ask yourselves this question? Why would she lie if Karen didn't really tell her to do it? Then why is she doing it? And why can't she just say to herself, I'm Googling it because I want to know how long it takes to die in the cold, because how long has he fucking been here? Fuck yeah, I Googled it. I Googled how long to die in the cold. But she said, I did it because Reed told me to. That to me sounds like a plan, a concocted plan to say that. You're going to say that. And why I don't think that Jen McCabe said it at first is because it wasn't Jen McCabe that did it earlier, and it wasn't Jen McCabe that did it later. And it was just told by her husband later that now this is what you're going to say. Okay? Because that never came out in any report early on. That was a developing story. So just ask yourself that. So if I'm in the jury, if I'm like, let's say the one of only like a couple people that have a brain, and I'm just saying, well, how about we say this? Jen McCabe said that Carrie Roberts lied. Carrie Roberts lied about it to the grand jury. Okay? And then here's Jen, who is saying now to us that she did it at the request of Karen. But this was the lie to the grand jury by Carrie Roberts. So now let me ask you a question then now about this 227 time. Are you going to go with the expert that says that it happened at 227? Which would be along the lines of Carrie Roberts lying for Jen McCabe making that all up, but clearly she did it, but she doesn't want to say, but the real reason that she did it is not the lie that she said about Karen telling her to do it. So then what would be the reason for it? Why would she ever do it in the first place? It's okay. You've already found him. You could Google fucking anything you want after you found the body if it has something to do with like the way the guy died. Who gives a fuck if you Google that at 6:20? Because I think another question should be asked is, well, what would it matter on what it said, how long it takes to die in the cold? You're not a moron, right? You know there would be a ton of factors. It's not just how long die in the cold. What are you talking about, the cold? Like freezing, or you'd have to know how long he was there. Like, what the fuck? How long to die in the cold? Okay, great. What if it said, let's just say that I gave you an answer of 6 hours. What use is that to you if you don't know when the fuck he was placed there? If you know when he's placed there, then it would be used to you. And that's how I would fucking be attacking it. Because the answer doesn't matter unless you know when he was put there or how long he's been out there. What a dumpster fire. Okay. So, let's see. It's lunchtime. Let's see what Twitter's saying. What's everybody having for lunch today? Look at John D. Petra show. House Lawn to Die Cold occurred at 6:23, not 2:27. Boom. And to me, that doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. There's a way bigger bomb in this trial. Carrie Roberts lying to the grand jury about that. That's what you need to hone in on. You're calling back to the stand, Carrie Roberts. You're calling back to the stand, Jennifer McCabe. I'm confident that they are going to be doing that after they put up their timeline person that introduces all the evidence that then you can show to those fucking people. There's a way, there's a procedure here. And Hank going about it this fucking way has put the defense in they've had to, like I said, after the first couple of days, I said they need to sit down and truly regroup and realize what Hank's doing right now. He is going to cut every limb off to not be able to get anything in. He's going to keep his direct examination so minimal as to say if you're going outside of that scope, it has to, like, how is that relevant? It's not part of anything. So, okay. The Commonwealth and Massachusetts state troopers have nothing to hide clearly, yet just look at how Clerk Jim reacted when Trooper Baby Bukaki was asked if Trooper DeChico had a nickname. This is beyond outrageous.
Yes. Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name? Objection. May we approach? Indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Next up, Jessica Hyde has full attention of jury, as if she is speaking to a class. They realize they are dealing with an expert. Hyde has jury in palm of her hand. Let's see. Total Boy says, Hank Brennan has not called the 4 firefighters who testified that Karen Reed never said I hit him, the 4 Canton cops who testified that Karen Reed never said I hit him, Brian Alberts, Brian Higgins, Michael Proctor, Trooper Paul. Guys, oh my God, the glare. The glare said, I tried to tell you all last year the shoe found at 34 Fairview Bike is not the same shoe. It's a fucking, it is the same shoe. And that's not the, that should not be what's being blasted out to the world right now. What should be blasted out to the world is when Canton took their pictures, these dumbasses, they took a picture of the same berm, okay, that had no shoe. There was no shoe at that same berm, and Canton took a picture of it. And then the CERT team comes back, right? Or just comes, I guess, for the first time. And they take a picture of the same area, and that's why Hank goes over that. Look at, but that picture didn't get put into evidence yet. The picture of, where's he fucking hold up his stupid? What needs to be pointed out is where the okay. Right before you get to that picture, this picture, right there. Hank Brennan wants to move it. He gets him off that pick really quick. I might not like that I'm doing it while it's live. There we go.
And preferably 75A, please.
Right there. Oh, see, he's going to come right to it.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you?
They go back to the screen. He was looking for.
Is there another piece in that bag?
There's another piece in the bag.
When you put the tag, that item was around, look at exhibit.
Clear. Yes.
Item.
The piece of clear plastic.
Your depiction of how you saw it that morning.
Objection.
79 to the jury.
Yes.
Why did he open up the fucking shoe?
Ms. Gilman, would you be able to close? Thank you.
There we go.
Trooper.
Black Knight.
74A, please.
You can get ready for it. Boom. Thank you. Right there. This is the same view that the Canton Police Department takes, and Officer Good takes the picture. And This is the same berm that's scraped off. I put it side by side last year, and I said, look it. The Canton Police Department took this picture at 7:45 in the morning. There is no shoe. CERT team at between 5:45 and 6:13, probably like 6 o'clock, but shoe. That's what everybody needs to be talking about. That's the same little berm area that they scraped off, and it's in the Canton, and then they moved it from being the first picture of the report. They moved it from being the first picture so that it wouldn't stick out. So the shoe was never there in an area right there. Here it's there. It's because this is the CERT team pictures. Hank didn't call good to the stand. He doesn't want to ask Gallagher of it. I don't know why they didn't want to ask Gallagher about it. And I personally think it's because Good took the pictures. I think they're also going to just recall people back. But right here, this is the photo. There's a shoe right there. It's the same. You're going to be able to line it up perfectly. The flagpole. This is the only part of the berm that was scraped off earlier. And there was no shoe. At 7:45 in the morning. At 6:45, there is a shoe. If this does not get pointed out to the jury, like, I think they're going to recall this guy. Because last year's testimony, they talked about that they scraped off the berm. You heard Gallagher talk about this goddamn berm. He scraped it off too. And then there's a picture of that area. So when you scraped off that area, Gallagher, but they knew that maybe hey, we're not going to do it with him. We're going to do it with Good. Because this guy, we're not going to ask Gallagher, who's already retired, and nothing can, happen to him, I guess, We're going to ask Good. We're going to ask Mulaney. So but this is what everybody should be talking about. This picture is the same picture that the officers took in the morning, and there was no shoe. And it was, these idiots didn't realize that Canton took some pictures. So when they went and planted the fucking shoe, I mean, if you showed me that as a juror, it's over. It's over if you showed me that as a juror. Because I'd be looking around and I would say, look at that spot right there. This is at the nighttime. Does it look like any other spot was scraped off? But yet earlier, right, they scraped off a section in the area. Well, now, wouldn't that take a lot longer, like, to be snowed over? And you're going to see the line up, and you're going to see it lines perfectly with where the earlier picture was. And it's just not there. And then poof, how does it? So then you have to. These people are just going to lie. Lie. Okay, that's all. Man, you're smarter than the average juror, though. Once I point it all out to you guys, you just have to point it out to people. Okay? Point that out. That was never pointed out last year at all. Not in the slightest. They just kept saying, you didn't see anything. You didn't find this when you were there. You didn't find this when you were there. And you didn't find this when you were there. And he asked Good, who changed the picture on the report? Why wasn't it on the front page anymore? And he said, we don't do it like that. If somebody makes a change to add in a supplement and there was something added, then it could, that goes in. And then whatever picture was put in last, like that would be. And he was bullshitting in his answer there. So it would have nothing to do with the fact that I would just show it to Tully. I would say, didn't you have to gather, or Michael Proctor rather, you'd have had to gather these guys' reports, right? And you would get their, whatever they did in the investigation up to that point, right? Yeah. So they would have given you their pictures that they took, right? Yeah. So you never looked at the pictures that the CERT team took then and the pictures that Canton Police Department took that day? And at 7:45 in the morning, here's this picture. And then at 6:45 in the or 5:45 in the morning or at night, here's this picture. And it never dawned on you, Proctor, that you're looking at the same area, the same angle, and that in the morning there is no shoe, and then in the evening there is a shoe. Aren't you a detective? Do you ever play a photo hunt at the bars when you're drinking with your buddies? You ever play find the missing piece or find the missing picture? Well, I'm gonna hope that the jury doesn't make the same mistake you made. No more further questions. Fuck these people. And I don't care if it gets sustained. You can't unring the bell. Ring some bells. Get some objections. Who cares if it's sustained? The fucking jury hears it. It's just that's what Hank's doing. Ring some bells. You're dealing with cheaters. I love that game too. Photo Hunt. Best game ever. We would have like the best, we would have the best. Sherry, send you $20 for waffles. I liked her analogy. Oh my God, these fucking videos will never get old. Let's see. Devastating evidence of the Karen Reed SUV's smashed taillight. Look at these people. Graduation goes off when her time to introduce herself is cut short.
So I want to say, my name is Khadija Diano, and I'm graduating today. Oh my God, you snatched the mic out of my head, so today is going to be all about me. Oh, drop the mic.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots would becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time.
Oh, okay.
And so
coagulated. You couldn't see if it was coagulating.
That was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Is it going to disappear on you? The Commonwealth wants you to believe that John O'Keefe's body was outside for 5.5 hours and covered in 6 inches of snow, according to Jen McCabe. They can't explain, however, how the blood and blood droplets were fresh enough in the snow to both see and secure said blood samples. What difference does waiting 5 minutes to get proper sterile forensic containers to arrive make when those blood droplets would have already presumably been there for nearly 6 hours? The fact that there were blood droplets and blood samples at the scene that were fresh enough or new enough for investigators to even be able to see and secure them suggests that John's body wasn't put on the scene until closer to the time frame when he was found. Meaning, like, he was still probably outside in the cold, but not in that position. Not in that place. Chris Albert, what did you do now? Yelling at CF McCarthy's patrons 2 days ago for wearing pre-Karen Reed attire. Someone is unhinged.
When you yourself spread it on a daily basis.
Okay, here we go.
So how dare you sit on that board and accuse someone else, yeah, I'm looking at you, Chris, of misinformation and disinformation, when you yourself spread it on a daily basis? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, it's
You do not do this town any service with your actions. I hold a sign on a weekly basis that requests your resignation. Why don't you do the town a favor and honor that?
Just name and town, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know. Give it another tap. Just
Another tap?
okay.
Lower?
Here we go.
Brenda Sweeney Canton, my humble opinion. From our Select Board Administrative Code, the board recognizes that it both represents and is accountable to all citizens of the town. It's time to establish policy holding leadership accountable. We want consequences, keyword consequences, for elected and appointed positions in town, enforceable by policy. The reprehensible behavior of the Police Audit Committee Chair, Bob McCarthy, was an absolute total disgrace. Shame on the former and current board members that played a part in that. Shame on Randy Scollins, who appointed him. And let's not forget the role town council played in that debacle either. Mr. McCarthy's behavior is a direct reflection on all of you. And spare me the cock and bull story, nobody could do anything about it. That was your intention when you manipulated the article. 323232 sound familiar? What a disgrace. Commitment, decorum, and accountability are paramount and need to be formalized into policy. Not a vote by your buddies and sorry we couldn't do anything about it, but consequences driven by policy. Mr. Albert's missed 20% of these meetings since his election. That lack of commitment is unacceptable and needs to be addressed. We also witnessed Mr. Albert threatening physical harm to a restaurant patron and laughing with a gang of thugs in the process. That event itself warrants automatic dismissal. Your apology was full of excuses without accepting responsibility, Mr. Albert. What a joke. You don't get to play the victim card. The only victim was the person you threatened. Public pressure is part and parcel of being a public official. If you're so stressed out, you're lashing out, you shouldn't be making decisions that affect the lives of 25,000 people. The position requires effective leadership. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. We're protesting in Canton Center for Mr. Abbott's resignation until he's gone, one way or the other. His support system's crumbling with Theodore and Conley gone. Helena has 1 foot out the door, and don't bother looking to Mr. Loughran for help. He's the next failed leader on our bucket list. There's been decades of intimidation while leadership did absolutely nothing. The power of our voice and our vote says those days are gone. We're not your kids, we're not your employees, and we're not your subjects. We're the citizens that pay for this room, this building, and every single item on every single agenda in this town. Open meeting law demands respect. This board is accountable to the citizens and has a duty to implement formal policy requiring accountability with consequences for all town officials ASAP. Welcome to Canton's Cup Rally. We're here to remind you that gavel is not a crown. Everyone sitting in those chairs acts appropriately or they lose their seat, period. And we won't lose any sweet sleep over it. Remember, we're the Terminators. We'll be back again and again.
They're done. Go, girl. Fuck them up.
Just name and town, please.
Just name and town, please.
Short and sweet tonight. Chris Albert, will you resign and put the needs of our community before your own? And as a friendly reminder, he again broke your ethics standards, even though you refused to give me a copy this Sunday when he was yelling at patrons going into CF McCarthy's for simply wearing free Karen Reed merchandise. So that's your select board member sitting in front of the room yelling at people because of something they're wearing. Nobody had started with him. Nothing had antagonized him. They were walking into a restaurant and he was yelling loser at them. Time to resign, Chris.
You out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
CF McCarthy's.
It is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
And where did you go and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with 2 of my friends, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And did you go just sort of the 3 of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe? Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And about how long was it that you were at the hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
Repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
Can you
Thank you.
Your report?
Everybody, right there, Seraph said on the stand last time, Carrie Rapp, this is where Katie's over here. She's like, yeah, that's Seraph. He heard her say, I hit him. Seraph hasn't been called to stand. He's like, no, I didn't hear her say that.
You indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car.
Doesn't say that.
You never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
The other female told Karen to be quiet. I do recall that. Okay.
Carrie Roberts.
That's not what you testified to today, though. Okay.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct? Correct. So which is it?
Fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
She just said, is he alive, correct?
That's what I recall, correct?
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
That narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, I hit him?
It doesn't say that.
Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's not what you said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that? I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same?
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
And for an hour and 40 minutes.
Good.
Did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you point to the report
Good says I did not.
where you indicate.
So again, every single person that has said, I did not hear Karen Reed said that, has not been called to the stand. For Canton, or 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 4 of them. Because same with Lank. And then 4 firefighters. So 8 people. Now think about this. Would you if you were the prosecutor?
So how? Who's her dad?
And so I think it's just going to look bad when, because I think, okay, like Lally tried to get in front of that type of stuff in terms of like, I'm just going to give it to them all, like, and let the jury decide. Hank is not even calling people that are going to not say what he wants them to say. The Norfolk County DA's office has paid over $260,000 to Cellbrite since Michael Morrissey was elected. DAs and police are Cellbrite's primary customers. They are. If they don't like the results of a Google search, Cellbrite has a financial incentive to fix that for them. That's what Ian Whiffen showed. Oh my God. Damn. They only paid in 2015 $149 to Cellbrite. 2024, they put out some cheddar. 2024, they did 48,000. Wait, more than that. Hold on. 16. Oh wow. 64,000. Oh my God. Just last month, they put out 31,000. $261,893 from 2013 to 2025. Of that 261,000, since John O'Keefe's death, damn. It's been the bulk of it. Let's see. Nix was present. Nix. Defendant Nix handcuffed Alfredo. Nix is Hog Heaven. Oakdale. Defendant Lane stated, "Get the fuck out of here before I arrest you." Following the officer's orders, Mark Lapalato left. He had to stand up black eye and bruising. His arm was wounded with a deep bite mark. Defendant Lank then approached the police cruiser where Alfredo Librado was being held and asked, "Who's your buddy?" Then Lank said, "I am going to make your life miserable," and spit in Alfredo Librado's face. After approximately 45 minutes, Alfredo was released. The next day, Alfredo Librado went to the police station to make a complaint against the involved officers. He asked to speak with the lieutenant or captain and was told to come back on Monday. He left his phone number. On the following Monday, Mark Librado went to the station to make a complaint. He spoke with the sergeant, showed him his bite mark, and described the officer's conduct during the incident. The sergeant told him he would, quote unquote, get back to him regarding his complaint. On the following Tuesday, Alfredo called the department and made another verbal complaint. And wanted to come in and speak with someone. The officer with whom he spoke stated that she would look into it and get back to him. It was a female. That evening, someone from the department called Alfredo and stated that she would look into the complaint. To this day, neither Mark nor Alfredo Librado has heard anything further from anyone in the Canton Police Department regarding an investigation into their complaints. Instead, several days after making the complaint, both Mark and Alfredo received a summons to appear in Stoughton District Court. There we go. Stoughton District Court. Regarded on charges for assault and battery on a police officer. A bunch of sick fucks. Oh my God, this is so long. Lanky. He got into his truck and was about to leave when Chris Albert approached him. Mr. Albert was with his wife, Julie, and indicated that he had just gotten into a fight with Mark, and Mark had made threats against him. What a pussy. Officer Lang observed Mr. Albert's hand to be swollen. While speaking with them, Officer Lang noticed a group of men coming down the street. Mr. Albert backed away and said it was Mark and his brothers coming down the street. Officer Lang exited his truck and walked towards the Lapalatos. He identified himself as a police officer and told them that there would be no more fighting. The plaintiffs said they did not care if he was a police officer. Officer Lang held up his hands and got in between the groups. Mark and Alfredo began to slap at his hands. Mark then grabbed him and tried to push him. Officer Lang held on to Mark until they separated. Mark then punched Officer Lang, striking him in the left ear. After Lang returned a blow and they began to wrestle and trade blows, he felt someone hitting him on the back of the head and turned to see Alfredo Librado hit him. At some point, the defendants, Nix and Lane, arrived and the groups were separated. During the pendency of the criminal charges, Officer Lang was on duty and went to the local mobile mart for a drink. While in the store, the plaintiffs came in and began to make statements to him. "You are a pussy. You wanted no part of me that night." "We will get you." Officer Lang initially brushed their comments off and left the store. While in the parking lot, Mark Lapalato threatened him further. Officer Lang called for backup and placed Mark under arrest and charged him with disorderly conduct and intimidation of a witness. Mark was transferred to the station by another officer. Mark Lapalato and Tim Albert got into it. He called the police because Mark refused to leave the premises. He requested Officer Lang drive another patron home because the patron had too much drink. He testified that Lang did not appear intoxicated. At that point, he observed Tim Albert walk towards them and indicate that he was just in a fight with Mark Lapalato and that Mark had threatened to kill him. God. The woman of Centerfolds testified that Lang told Albert to go to the police station to file a complaint. He then observed a group of individuals walking towards them. Officer Lang exited his truck and walked towards the oncoming group. He identified himself as a police officer and said that there would be no more fighting. Nobody has stipulated the facts. Contested issue of fact. At this time, all facts are contested. Plaintiffs expected trial witnesses: Jim Dagger, Anthony DeVito, Steve Alassi, Mark Hanley. The parties: Tim Albert, Brendan Albert, James Young, Chris Albert, Peter Bassani, Chris DePietro, Officer Cowley, Christopher Lapalato, Officer Paul DeGampetro, Officer Ted Lehan, oh my God, Sergeant Kenneth Drennan, Julie Daniels, James Marthas, Jillian Daniels, oh God. God, they are some fucking fighting bitches, aren't they? Bob Nutt. I call this damn Bob Nutt. All right, I'm going to need a recess. Oh, these people are sick. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay. All right. I got like 10 minutes. I'm going to put on a... Let's see. I need to grab something to eat. I'm going to fall over. Oh, I'll handle it if Chick Bait can't. That'll happen another live. I can't do that right now. Sorry, but thank you. Damn. Yes, game continues. No, bingo. Anna, your laugh. Oh my gosh, joy to my soul. I swear. Thank you so much. We're in for cross-examination here, so hang tight. Let me fast forward this. We're behind. Okay. I press.
Mr. McDermott?
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Welcome back.
You are unmuted.
All right, jurors, as you know, I think I told you in the beginning, one of my functions is to make sure that a case is tried fairly and efficiently, and not to waste anybody's time. So if I get frustrated at lawyers about something, I try not to, and I don't think I am, but if I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing it. When they request sidebar conferences, they're just doing the job. I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum, but the lawyers are just doing the job. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Leslie, fill in a witness.
I just need a witness. Yes. Certainly.
Right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon.
I notice you have some documents with you. Could you just state what is in front of you so I know that I might be able to help expedite this if I know what you have in front of you?
Absolutely. I have the first digital forensic analysis report I completed for the previous trial.
Do you have a date?
Um,
You have several of them.
I do. It's the first one. I apologize. This is the one, I believe it's May. I don't remember the
May
day
of
off the top of my head.
2023,
May of
perhaps?
2023, obviously. Then I have the second one. This was the one that was used in the pretrial motion.
December 2024?
December 20, yes, that's correct. Very nice. Then I have the third one. This is the final one regarding the phone that was identified as Miss McCabe's.
Yes.
And then I have the fourth one, which is the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. And then I do have the opinion from State versus Huera, but if we don't need that, that's fine.
Okay, very well. I appreciate you telling me that. In March, and you recall on your direct examination, Attorney Brennan asked you questions going to your experience and qualifications. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You were involved in a case, is actually a murder trial in the state of Maryland in a case called State v. Herrera as recently as March of 2025, correct?
Correction, it's an attempted murder.
Attempted murder. And in that particular case, you had attempted to offer various opinions to the court, correct?
I object.
You have to move along from this case, from what you're talking about. You have to move along from that Maryland case.
So with regard, do you recall another case from the state of Massachusetts, Arrington case, in which you submitted a pro se amicus? Do you recall that case?
I do.
And is it correct that in that case, you submitted arguments on behalf of the prosecution in that case?
I submitted an amicus brief, which is not on behalf of anybody. It's as a friend of the court.
Right, but the friends of the court, you took a position in that quote, friends of the court brief, correct?
Took a position on the evidence.
Right, and the position you took on the evidence was that the frequent location history data is reliable and should be used. Is that correct?
The statement is that I do not have that amicus in front of me. It has been a year and a half since I've read it. But that amicus does discuss frequent location history records. And I want to be clear, it speaks to both bias on both sides and negative and positive of submitting it. It was an unbiased writing, and it was not specifically in support of the prosecution.
So you are testifying in this case on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
In this case, I was hired by the prosecution.
Right.
That's correct.
And the prosecution is paying you for your services in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this case, you have been paid and have been on this case since May of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to the various reports that you have submitted in this case, you have mentioned one, which is a report with regard to the iPhone of John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have, in that report, you have made a statement, have you not, that from 12:20:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 and after, there is no indication of interaction with the device. Is that correct?
There is no indication of user interaction with the device. There is all received until about 6:04 a.m. when there is again Apple Health data that picks up.
I'll ask it again. And you can feel free to turn to page 1529 in that report.
Page 15?
Page 15, 1529.
The report is.
Would you like the
50
page of the
pages.
report or the page NDA number at the bottom? I can do either
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying page 15 in the report.
No. It's
I
NDAO
apologize.
1529 or page 7, whatever way.
Page 7. Okay, Roger.
Okay, so page 7, you see there's a heading interactive phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And at the top it says Using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20.
Yeah, you have to
Slow down. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to move it along, but I will be slower. I'll repeat. Using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20:50 a.m. ET. You see that statement?
Yes.
And then if you skip down, I'm going to skip a couple sentences to the paragraph under the chart, and this is the key part.
Okay.
It says, from that point, and I'm understanding that point to be the 12:20:50 a.m., correct? You need to say yes or no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There is no indication of interaction with the device. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So I am going to, and you believe that statement is correct?
Until 6 something a.m.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking if that statement is correct. Not if you have other information, but is that statement correct?
Can you answer that? Ms. Hyde, can you answer that, yes or no?
Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly,
Thank
yes.
you. If we could, Your Honor, have a document that is put up already in evidence and publish Exhibit 39. And it will be, thank you. And if we could go to slide 82, please. And Ms. Hyde, if I could draw your attention to the entry that is, it says 3209 under app lock, but we know that the 00 is a 12. So it's 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And I'm going to read what it says in red. And this is a timeline of Mr. Whiffen. You know Mr. Whiffen?
I do know Mr. Whiffen.
And so he...
What the fuck I tell you guys? What'd I say? Lana says the most important thing the defense has to do is what? Say that show that the phone was what?
He put in red, not us. He said device locked with lock button for the last time. Do you see that?
I do.
And you know that to lock a phone, you actually have to hit the side button with regard to an iPhone to make it lock. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an interaction with a phone, is it not?
I concur.
So that means that that interaction with the phone occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
I did not review that specific artifact. I cannot attest to Mr. Whiffen's exam, only to my own.
So do you have any reason to believe that what is in evidence in this case that Mr. Whiffen has produced, and that do you have any basis to contest the fact that the device was locked with a lock button for the last time on the phone of John O'Keefe at 12:32:09 as you sit here?
I cannot contest it because I do not recall looking at that specific artifact.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to be accurate as a digital forensic analyzer on the topic of the last of an indication of interaction with the device? Don't you think it would have been appropriate to look at that 12:32:09 in any of the tools you said you used on direct?
I did not correlate that artifact in my timeline.
I understand you didn't. And my question is, you make a statement. Well, let me back up. Do you understand that in this case, as in many cases, that matters of seconds in activity can be determinative of a case? Do you understand that from your experience?
Absolutely.
So it's important, therefore, to get activity right for any data forensic examiner when they're issuing reports about activity, particularly of a decedent. Is that important?
Absolutely.
So isn't it correct that the statement that you make on page 7 of your report, that from that point, 12:20:50, there is no indication of interaction with the device is incorrect.
I cannot make that without going back and reviewing and validating the artifact you just produced from Mr. Whiffen. I would need to validate that in order to respond to that.
But as you sit here, you have no basis to contest what Mr. Whiffen has stated, that there was a lock button on the side of the phone of Mr. O'Keefe a full 12 minutes after you say there was no interaction with the device. Is that correct?
I don't. I would have to review that portion.
Is there anything that had prevented you from reviewing that in that data before you wrote this report?
Not that I can think of. I would have to go and re-review that.
My question is...
I don't know if that artifact, I have not reviewed that artifact, so I cannot speak to an artifact I have not reviewed, and I did not, that is not my report, that's Mr. Whiffen's report, so I cannot speak to that without going back and reviewing that evidence.
Isn't the interaction with the device, a lock button, readily available to you in the data that you have and had in your possession when you wrote this report?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. That's in the knowledge sea. I'm just like 12, 20, and 50 seconds.
If you could please turn to, in the same report, page 1528, which is your page number 6. And I just want you, please, to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you can now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So in the conclusion, you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen, steps, audio playing text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
On what basis?
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement, yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
Can you give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm
okay,
just,
thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to your page 13.
13, Roger. Yes, I'm there.
And do you see an entry that says 12:31:56, which is the same time in the conclusion, but I'm going to develop it.
I believe I know where you're going.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to ask the
apologize.
questions.
Yes.
I appreciate you looking to help, but if I could, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's got health steps, and it has steps 36, duration 20.9 or 20.398 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
That is absolutely correct.
So if you look at this data point in your report on page 13, the steps began at 12:31:56, but they ended 20.39 seconds later at 12:32:16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, your statement in your conclusion, if you could go back to 50, and this is in your conclusion, your statement there is that the steps, the mobile phone is used with activity, including steps, until 12:31 a.m. EST. That should read until 12:32:16, correct?
It depends on your interpretation of interaction. As a user is walking, they're not actively interacting with their device. It's their movement that is. It's not direct interaction with the screen. But I would agree to your view that could be interpreted as needing an additional 20 seconds.
Isn't the more correct way to state the conclusion that the active interaction when it comes to steps is not calibrating using the screen, but the phone is calculating steps taken? Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but that's not interactivity with the device.
I understand,
Yes.
but the sentence reads includes steps, and the more accurate way to have stated that would have been to put 12:32:16 instead of 12:31 a.m., correct?
I'm sorry, you just said 12:30. I did this to the minute, not to the second. Could you rephrase what you were stating?
Well, I'll state it again.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So isn't the more correct way to state this important data point in your conclusion, instead of saying active interaction with the screen and steps, etc., until 12:31 a.m. EST, the 12:31 should be 12:32, because the steps that you have on your page 13, by what you concede, is the duration of 20 would have brought it to 12:32:16, correct?
I would state that depends. I believe either is a correct way to state that. Based on interactivity, based on your interpretation, your definition is more correct.
Okay, thank you. And it's not my interpretation. I'm reading from your report, correct?
Your interpretation that 12:32 is a more correct representation of interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct that it isn't my theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's
if I could just finish,
Please, absolutely,
because if we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank
Agreed.
you. So it's not my theory. It's just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which, just doing the simple math, is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating that.
Thank you very much. So now what I'd like to do is to go to page 1528 of your report.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Yes, and I appreciate that you go page number, so I center in on the lower one, then I'll go immediately to the one. So it's your page 6, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
If you could please go to Apple Health Data Steps.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking about steps because they're important enough that you put them in a report, correct?
That is correct.
So let's go to an important data point, therefore, in your report, in the chart, which is the second entry, which is, as you've stated, 12:21:10 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And you note under the data that John O'Keefe's phone registered 80 steps at 12:21:10. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
And those 80 steps constituted 191.253 seconds, as you state, correct?
That is what is stored in that database, correct?
And is my math correct, so that the jury understands this perhaps a little better?
Sure.
That 191.253 seconds equals 3.2 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately.
I'm doing the math in my head, so that's why I said approximately.
Right. Understood. So am I reading this entry correct, that you're stating what the data shows, that 80 steps were taken by the phone of whomever had the phone of Mr. O'Keefe? There were 80 steps taken at 12:21:10 a.m. on January 29, 2022, for a length of time of 3.2 minutes.
That is what the phone registered.
That's what the phone registered. Very well. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the phone of Jennifer McCabe.
Okay.
And that is for your reports. You don't date your reports, so I can't give you a date, but it says
it's report 3, I believe, is what
exactly.
You're looking at.
It's 3. And there is, bear with me, I'm accommodating your page reference, and I'll have it soon for you. It is your page 7. And let me know when you are there.
I am there.
Are you aware of an issue regarding the time of an interactive phone activity on Jennifer McCabe's phone at 5:07 a.m.? Are you aware of that issue, and particularly a communication to a person named Coco? Are you aware of that?
I would need to check in my report. May I turn to the page for
Absolutely.
that time?
And
I do
if it
see
is-
an outgoing call to someone labeled Coco at 5:07:21 a.m.
And you can tell that because in your report on page 11, you list a 5:07:21 a.m. call to a Coco as outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Have you discussed that call with any member of the Commonwealth?
No.
And again, this call is at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
There is no duration listed for that call. And if you just follow my questions, if you can, yes or no, is that correct? There's no duration yet listed.
Correct.
So what I want to do is to also note that that omission is not the only omission of durations from this report, or I'll state it differently. Let me withdraw that. There is no population of the duration column for any call from 12:14:30 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, all the way through this 5:07:21 call. And you don't start listing durations until 8:59:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, and explainable. The artifact.
I understand
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Brennan can
Sure.
handle those on his redirect.
Absolutely.
So there's not a population of duration of calls after numerous early calls and phone, as you call it, interactive phone activity. Nothing populated in this report until 8:59:34. That's correct?
Yes.
All right. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the 22740 artifact that was the subject of much discussion on direct. And I am going to refer to that as an artifact. Is that a parlance that is familiar to you?
Yes.
And if I refer to that as a timestamp also, is that a parlance that's familiar to you?
Absolutely.
So I can refer to 22740 as a timestamp, and you would find that parlance acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a timestamp. Now, you've been on this case working for the Commonwealth since May of 2023, correct?
May 4th, 2023. That is correct.
So you've been on this case for 2 years, correct?
Not actively the entire time.
But you started on this case in May 2023. You issued a report in May
Correct.
of 2023, correct?
Correct.
you issued a report in December of 2024, correct?
Correct, after being rehired in November.
Right. And you issued more reports in 2025, correct?
That is correct.
So all of that activity has been on this case, correct?
All on this case. That
And
is
that's
correct.
been all on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
None of that work has been done on behalf of the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So let us now go to the timestamp of 2/27/40. Your opinions on what is the meaning of that timestamp have varied from May of 2023 until today. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Let's cover that issue.
Sure.
Let's turn to your May 2023 report. Isn't it correct that the report and your findings were pursuant to a request from Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully?
Correct.
And how many interactions have you had with Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully on this case approximately?
I really don't know. I'd have to go look back at email and call logs.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Is it more than 20?
I don't know.
So somewhere between 10 and 20, would that be fair?
Again, I'd have to review my call logs. I'm not
But it
going to
was
test.
more than 10.
More than 10, I'm sure.
So the issue was your use of various forensic tools that revealed a timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of an issue you looked at?
Correct.
So if you could go to page 5 of that report. And I would ask that you go to the last paragraph that starts with "in the instance of the Google search," and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So it reads, "In the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold, that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with the X browser state DB SQLite database with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted." Did I read that correctly?
Fair. Yes.
So you use the words that Google search, "house long to die in cold," was associated with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. Isn't that what your words are in this report?
In that database, they are associated. That is correct.
Right. And in terms of page 3, if you could go back, of your report, under relevant findings.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with, "There were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device," and we're talking about Jennifer McCabe's device, correct?
The device that was identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's. Yes.
That's identified to you as Jennifer McCabe. And it's what you talked about on direct examination as her device,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
It's not a mystery as to whose it is. It's not like you don't know, right?
In direct, I also use the phrase "identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's."
Right. But your conclusion is the device you've been working on and analyzing for 2 years is the device of Jennifer McCabe.
That is how it was identified to me.
Do you have a different conclusion as to whose device it is?
I always am very, very careful that I did not assess the ownership. That was information that was given to me, not information that I personally assessed.
So are you uncertain as to whether the device you've been working on for 2 years is the phone of Jennifer McCabe?
The device that I've been working on for 2 years is the device that was identified to me by the Massachusetts State Police, Detective Tully, as belonging to Jennifer McCabe when I began working and received that device, as stated in the evidence analyzed section on this same page.
So let's go, and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity. we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2023, the timestamp you were looking at was 2:27:40 a.m., January 29, correct?
I was looking at multiple timestamps associated with the same two searches.
Right. So what I'd like to do, you said multiple timestamps. What times are in the multiple category?
What I was tasked to do was to look at the times, the search, the Google search history, I'm sorry, not Google search history, the Safari history, which includes Google searches, associated with those two search terms within that 12-hour period. That was the particular task, not the task of looking at the 227, just for clarity.
Right. And I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was, I thought I heard you on direct examination, which is why I repeated the question, what I thought I heard on direct, but I'll ask you the question.
Sure.
You looked at and talked about on direct two potential times for a Safari search, which includes Google, one of which was 2:27:40 and the other one was 6:23 a.m. Is that correct?
I analyzed the meaning of those two timestamps.
Right. So we're just talking about two times, 2:27:40 and then 6:23. Is that correct?
So you are only talking then about the one that we're also talking about 6:24 a.m.
Okay. So we
Eastern time for clarity, because some of these records are in UTC, some are in local.
Fair enough. So you've got 2:27:40, you've got 6:23, and you got 6:24 that you were looking at, correct?
There are other timestamps that exist in the realm of what I was looking at, but those ones, correct, are the ones that are relevant in this report.
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're just talking about this report.
Yes.
And so if you look under relevant findings, at the very bottom paragraph, you say, second sentence, a Google search for how long to die cold at approximately 11:23 a.m. and then how long TIDIE in cold took place at 11:24.
That is in UTC. I apologize for not having the timestamp format there, but that is the UTC time. The UTC time equivalent in Eastern Local Time would be 6:23 and 6:24.
So to be clear, in your report, you wrote 11:23 a.m. and 11:24, and you didn't put UTC next
Correct.
to it, did
They
you?
should. You are correct. That should say UTC. That is a typo.
And there's a significant difference between 11:23 and 2:27:40, correct?
11:23 is UTC, so its equivalent in Eastern Time would be 6:23. The artifact of 2:27 is already in local time, so that is in Eastern Time. So what we would be comparing is 2:27 and 6:23 and 6:24 to be appropriate. They're taking into account the data storage and which ones are in UTC and which ones are in local time.
I understand your explanation now.
Perfect.
But in this report, there is no UTC time down. You have two additional times in addition to the two times, two different numbers added to the two, correct?
The UTC was a typo. It should say UTC next to those. And the chart shows all of those artifacts in EST and is clearly labeled that they're all in EST.
So you would agree that it's better stated to state it a different way than you have in your report?
I would say that both are equivalent. I should have had UTC there. But yes, it's easier for the audience to speak in EST. I would say forensics examiners typically communicate in UTC, but we translate for our reports. And I should have either communicated that in EST or included UTC. I will definitely contend that.
So in terms of your May 2023 report, your first report in this matter.
Yes.
You on page 5, in the sentence underneath the block paragraph state, in the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with.
That's correct.
The X browser state with a timestamp of 2027:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now let's move ahead to page 7 of your report, up at the top above conclusion. Importantly, at this time, you state, testing shows great inconsistency with timestamps parsed from this file. It is, however, definitive that the page existed in a tab.
Correct.
While a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown, the time is inconsistent with the timestamps associated with the same search. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
So as of May 2023, you said the definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listed as 2:27:40 is unknown, correct? I'm just asking, is that what you wrote? Unknown.
I believe that the wording here is, sorry, I know I do use the word unknown. It says, while a definitive reason as to why the timestamp listing is the time of 02/27:40 is unknown. Sorry.
So you use the word unknown, your word in your report.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to go on to the first proceeding in this matter. Do you remember giving testimony in a proceeding about a year ago under oath?
Yes, I do.
I am now going to go to that testimony, and if at any point you would like to have a copy of that, if it's the honor, if your honor would like, I will do it, but I'm going to start and then we'll see how it goes. So
Lally put all these people in such a fuck position. But they
bear
took it
with
on.
me a moment.
I would never have taken on something like this. Like, I don't care who pays me, I don't care what.
Do you recall in that testimony stating that you processed the image in several forensic tools? I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then you list many other tools. Do you remember giving that testimony?
We have a page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan, I thought I'd given it 1-12. My apologies if I didn't. It's June 14, 2024, page 1-12. You're welcome. So do you recall giving testimony about the various tools you use for this timestamp?
I do.
And do you recall stating that those tools were commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard? Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the wording that I used at that exact time.
Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection if I showed you that?
It would be great. I would greatly appreciate that because I do not recall the precise wording, but I know that I spoke to the tools I used.
I love you, Boston.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Look at who the fuck
Yes,
is
Mr.
that?
Lessie, you offered a transcript. Do you have the whole
I have
transcript?
the whole transcript of that. Helps.
It might speed things along.
Agreed.
Okay.
Again, this is the perfect reason why you don't ever testify for a side.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
At the end of the day, your work, if something's appealed and overturned,
So, may I approach,
it
Your
doesn't
Honor?
matter if it was you or for the defense or for the prosecution.
It's going to be 112. Okay. Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And you said we're on 112?
Yes, please.
113, I see it. I see it's highlighted on the copy, so I
Right,
figured
so
that's the
what I
one.
wanted to do, the reason I said 112 is that's where I started with my
sorry.
previous question. So I'm not going to repeat the question, but just to orient you, so you have a fair context for the questioning.
Fair.
So I started at the bottom, 112, now I'm moving to 113, and I'm starting with line 7. Do you see
Aaron.
that?
I do.
Makeup queen.
And it says, yes, they are commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard for other forensic examiners to use on mobile exploitation. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then if you go down to line 22, you testified in that proceeding. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets, and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did. That's correct.
And then going up to page 114, line 5.
Slow down a little bit, Mr. Alessi.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretation from forensic tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to that. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then lastly, for this section at page 114, 17, the Sanderson tool is meant to look at specific type of data structures called the SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensic tools allow. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to page 124 of the very same testimony. And feel free to go back a page just so you can see to page 123 that the topic is the 2/27/40 timestamp associated with house long to die in cold.
Can I have a moment just to review and get context?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Page 123, 13, but if you need to go back further, feel free.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I want to do is start with page 1-23, and this is your testimony. On line 16, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. You use that word associated again, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's associated with the Google search, house long to die in cold, in a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if you turn the page of the testimony,
Of what she just testified to and how she put him in a certain time.
you state back then that on page 124, line 1, the browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that the tab moved. It could be lots of things. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Not one thing. You said it could be lots of things, correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on in line 10 and you talk more, and then you go down to the bottom. You go down to line 20 and you testified, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. Did
Absolutely.
I read that correctly?
It's specifically pertaining to that particular artifact that give in browser state DB that does not tell us what time a search occurred. That is correct.
Right. So you stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred, correct?
That particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's keep going. If you go to page 129 of this transcript,
I'm there.
at the top,
Sure.
line 1, 2:27 isn't necessarily one time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say it's undetermined. Remember, we were just reading your undetermined
Absolutely.
in your May 23 report?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. The next sentence. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it's not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited. But the first part of it is, I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry. Did I read that correctly?
You read 100% correctly.
Thank you. Now, if we could turn to page 130 of your testimony.
I need to object.
It's a mischaracterization of her testimony. That's what he's going to say. This is confusing the jury. I'm going to have to do all of this, redirecting to explain how he's confusing the jury. Listen, they could have picked anybody to come in here and do this. If everything is true and accurate, that there was this hiccup in Cellbrite, blah, blah, why didn't they? Anybody would have. You don't want to have these hiccups at trial. Okay? Why do I think that they're going to go with Ellington? For this exact reason. So that Richard Green doesn't face this shit. Okay? That's my opinion. It makes sense. I don't know. I cannot believe her report says fuck all that. I don't even care about this fucking Google search anymore. I care about this right here. Apple Health data step 12:21 in 10 seconds. She has him walk, that's why I say he begins to walk, but she says that 12:20 and 50 seconds, no indication that the phone was ever interacted with again. And I would use this to my advantage. That means the person that's fucking has his phone after 12, 20, and 50 seconds wasn't him. Remember what I've been saying? This is really interesting. He's not the type that views his text messages so quickly. These are like, look, click, look, click. So who put in his phone 34 Fairview? Look quick. He's more of he'll be on the app for 15 seconds to look at something. Remember what I said? He's getting all these text messages and he's never responding. Damn. Twelve 21 10 seconds. Yep, out and about at. It's like. I don't know. I agree. Can't agree more. It actually ruins your argument when you're making fun of somebody and you want to argue with them. You're diminishing your own argument. Couldn't agree more.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hyde.
Absolutely, sir.
what I'd like to do is to go back to your testimony in the first proceeding, and we can go back to page 1-30.
I am there.
Thank you. So I am going to go back just because there's been some time and give some context. So we're talking about the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct, at this page location?
We've been talking about that for several pages. Yes, that's correct.
You're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for several pages. And bear with me, I think this
You
might
love
be
that. You love
second
that.
to last or the last. So there you testified
No one's confused.
with regard, this was when you're referring to an artifact. You've agreed that timestamp is a fair synonym. You say on line 5, that means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrite's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. So did I read that correctly, number one?
You read it correctly.
So am I correct that here, what you're stating is Celebrite was actually showing the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp at that time during your testimony in the first
On
proceeding?
that date, that is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just wanted to establish that, and you were giving
Absolutely.
Celebrite credit for actually showing that timestamp at that time of 2:27:40 at the time of your testimony back in June of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's go to page 1-36.
136, you said?
136, yes.
Thank you.
And on line 12, you note that Celebrite and magnet axiom,
Mhm.
and then you elaborate, both Celebrite physical analyzer, which is a specific tool, right, of
Correct.
Celebrite, and magnet axiom, another specific tool, correct?
Correct.
Both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. And you skipping down to line 17, you talk about they don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite, correct? I read
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that what you did up to this point in June of 2024, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022, you applied a variety of tools to analyze the issue of when did the Google search occur, that you use the words associated with a Safari Google search, house long to die in the cold?
There's a little bit of wording I would correct there if that's okay.
Right, but so let me see if I can ask the question
That'd be great.
a different, more simple way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you used a variety of tools to analyze that house long to die in the cold search, correct?
Plus manual analysis and testing, yes.
Plus manual analysis and testing. Alrighty, now let's leave the testimony.
Okay.
And let's go to your next report. And your next report is December 2024. Do I have
have
the
it correct.
chronology correct, Ms. Hyde?
That is correct.
So in December of 2024,
Mhm.
just approximately 6 months ago, you issued another report, correct?
That is correct.
And you got the request for that report also from the Norfolk District Attorneys, correct?
That is correct.
And you state in regard, well, that report regarded the analysis of the same timestamp, correct?
Correct.
To 2:27:40 timestamp.
Mhm.
And in that report, under relevant findings, you state, and this is December of 2024, so it's from your May 2023 report, it's approximately a year and a half. Is that approximately from your May 23rd report? Approximately a year and a half?
Yes.
So a year and a half after what we just reviewed in your May 23rd report, and then just months after the testimony of June, right? So about 6 months after your
6 months later.
June testimony that we just went through, you went and looked at this issue again, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you were asked to look at the same timestamp in December of 2024, that Celebrite removed the timestamp from their tools?
Celebrite did remove that timestamp from the tool. That is correct.
Okay. And that timestamp was the subject of extensive reports and testimony that you participated in the first proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And even though that timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m., that showed up in Celebrite tools, Magnet Forensic Axiom showed up, that was removed by Celebrite, correct?
Celebrite no longer reports it. The evidence is still in the data. I want to be clear, just that it doesn't change the data. They just removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Right, so they removed it from their automated parsing and reporting, correct?
Yes, they did. That is correct.
However, your former company, Magnet Forensic Axiom, still shows it. Yeah.
Magnet Axiom Forensics currently shows it as a carved artifact and still shows that and gives a description in their artifact reference guide as to what they believe causes that artifact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes, it does.
Magnet Axiom Forensics, where you used to be the director of forensics.
That is correct.
Still shows that timestamp.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But Celebrite doesn't in the automated
That is correct.
tools.
That is correct in their automated parsing.
And you would agree that Magnet Forensics is a very reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your December 2024 report. Do you recall just moments ago when we went through your testimony in June of 2024 in the first proceeding where you stated various times how it was, I'll use the term best practices, to use multiple tools to analyze the timestamp?
Correct.
And you used many tools back then to analyze that timestamp. And you testified to those many tools on your direct examination, correct?
Correct, yes.
However, in December of 2024, when you returned to analyze the 2:27:40 timestamp, how many tools did you use to analyze that timestamp? Can you give me just a number? How many tools?
At least 4.
Well, in your report, let's go to your report, what your report says.
Mm-hmm.
So in your report, you state that under relevant findings, do you not, that review of data from Celebrite shows that the artifact of a Google search from a Safari suspended state tab with the search term house long to die in cold, and I'm going to skip over, in addition to my own previous report, no longer shows a last visited timestamp.
I think that is not clear. The skipping there makes it sound like my report no longer shows that, and that's not what's
That's a fair statement. That's a fair statement. Let me rephrase it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. In this report,
mm-hmm.
you speak about Celebrite release reports, correct?
Are you referring to the Celebrite release notes that come out?
The release notes at the bottom,
Perfect.
right? You referred to that?
That's correct.
And that release note states that Celebrite has removed the timestamp value from records, and I'm assuming that's a reference to Celebrite's
Celebrite no longer parses that result. That is the statement in this report. Correct.
Right. And so I'm going to go to page 4 of your report.
For sure. I'm there.
And I'm going to go down all the way down to the conclusion. In that report, is there reference to any company other than Celebrate in this entire report?
In this report, no.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to your prior testimony in the first proceeding, where you said that it was important to use multiple tools.
Absolutely.
Do you still stand by your position that you've given today and that you gave in June, that it's important to use multiple tools?
Absolutely.
Now let's go back to the issue of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone. And what I want to do is to cover a concept and see if I've got this correctly. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
No worries, sir. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
Apple's source code? Absolutely, yes.
And isn't it a fact that Apple keeps its source codes proprietary, meaning very few people have access to it?
That's correct. It is closed source is the term we would use.
Closed source.
That would be the term of art, correct?
And they keep it so close that they call it closed source.
And it's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That just means that the code isn't available like it would be for the tool I mentioned earlier.
Wouldn't the best information about when a search occurred, what it's associated with, wouldn't the best information be in the Apple source code to answer that question?
It is acceptable in digital forensic science and in accordance with the NIST Science Foundation papers to conduct testing to determine how the functionality of something works. You do not need access to the source code to be able to speak to an artifact.
My question isn't that. My question is, isn't the best place the best place to go is to the Apple source codes themselves? Or are you saying these physical analyzer tools are just as good and the information they pull is just as good as an Apple source code?
Those are very, very, those are incongruent statements. Apple source code is not a healthy way to do an examination because it would be so onerous, and we do not know the level of documentation. We don't know the language. That is not necessarily the most effective way to determine what data is. Forensics tools parse results of how data is. They don't interpret them. The examiner interprets them and provides meaning. And I would like to state that those three things should not be conflated. They are very individual concepts.
I think you misunderstood my question.
I probably did it because that's what I was seeing.
My question is this. Isn't the best source for information about data in an iPhone contained within Apple source codes?
Not necessarily. Because that doesn't operational performance
would say yes.
is a better source in a practical sense to being able to determine what something is, as opposed to zillions, and no, I don't know the number because it's closed source, lines of code that may or may not have different levels of documentation. Apple themselves wouldn't be able to, any individual there who has access wouldn't know every feature of how every element works. Testing through the methodologies described in NIST is the accepted methodology in our science, not reviewing the source code.
I'm going to try it a different way. I understand what you're saying is, if I got it correct, you correct me. Are you saying that these physical tools make it easier to interpret and view the data?
I did not speak about the tools at all in the statement I just made.
Okay.
I spoke about manual testing and checking the functionality and what results. Parse tools, again, these are three separate concepts. The concept of code, And actually reviewing code to make a determination is different from parse tool results, is different from doing testing and validation. Those are separate concepts. They should not be commingled as if they equate to each other.
So have you ever learned of, have you ever spoken with Mr. Whiffen? Ian Whiffen?
I have spoken with Mr. Whiffen historically, but not since the term of this trial.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Mr. Whiffen about whether the Apple source codes are the best source of information about topics like timestamps? Have you ever spoken? That's just
I have not had that conversation with Mr. Whiffen, no.
Okay, already. I want to move on to, and do you regard Mr. Whiffen as a reputable?
Mr. Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his reputation?
I have regard for his reputation.
I'm sorry, we have to wait for each other.
Oh,
to
yes,
talk
I'm
through the
sorry.
trend. It's all right, no worries. So you have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now let's turn to the History DB database. You are familiar with History DB? History DB, are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the History DB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the History DB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the History DB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that History DB, do they?
That is correct.
You spoke about PYF, PDF on your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do. It's the Python framework for PDF. It is a GitHub tool, one can download from GitHub to utilize to create PDFs using Python code. So a developer and a tool would integrate that to create a PDF.
And the PYF PDF can have the variables set, correct?
Yes, the Python script allows the developer to set things such as their name that they created the document. Yes.
I want to go to the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone that you talked about on direct examination. Is the hash value signed or unsigned?
A hash value isn't signed. I believe your question you're asking me is if the Adobe document that contained the PDF that contained the hash values, are you asking me if that's signed? Because a hash value is something that matches. A hash value isn't signed.
Let me ask it this way. Is there any hash value associated with Jen McCabe's phone that is unsigned?
That is not a valid question. I apologize. We don't refer to hash values as being signed or unsigned. We would refer to the PDF that contains that value as being signed or unsigned.
Have you ever read a report of Mr. Ian Whiffen in this case?
I have, but I have to be clear, I have not read all of Ian's reports. I've only read some, so I don't know if I read some of his earlier reports.
Do you recall reading a report of Mr. Whiffen where he references a hash value being unsigned associated with the iPhone of Jennifer McCabe?
Can I see said report so I can validate if I did or did not? I'm not sure based on just that, because I wouldn't use the term hash value being signed. I did see a report in which Mr. Whiffen spoke to the PDF not being signed.
I just want to try to shortcut this and work off your last statement. You're now saying you do recall seeing a report of Mr. Whiffen where he said a PDF was unsigned?
I need to see, I do remember him referencing the PDF. I would need to see the report, especially since the characterization of hash value being unsigned is not a term of art that I am familiar with in our field.
Let me ask if you agree or disagree with this statement. This value can be used to compare with the original hash calculated at the time of extraction in order to validate the extraction data. However, this requires authentication of the original hash value, which is not possible with gray key extractions, as the PDF containing the extraction hash value is unsigned. Therefore, this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%. Do you agree or disagree with
His
that
statement there says the PDF is unsigned, not that the hash value is unsigned.
Right, but it's nonetheless unsigned, correct?
The PDF is not signed. That is a correct statement. Gray key PDFs that purport that value are not an Adobe signed document.
Do you know the history of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone? It's yes or no.
Can you provide more clarity? What do you mean? Do you mean from the time the image was made? Do you mean from the time the device was received? Because I don't know the information pertaining to the receipt of the device into evidence, and then I only have the documentation of the image forward. So I want to be clear about what period we're talking about.
It's an excellent point, and I am going to follow up with some questions.
Okay.
In an extraction, doesn't the extraction from a phone start with the raw data, raw image? You tell me, when someone brings a phone in, what's the first step that gets taken in order to do a full file extraction? What's the first step?
It depends. There's got to be steps with regard to network isolation. I need to know if the device is AFU or BFU at that point. So I don't have that information from this case, if that is the question. I get from the image forward.
So what I'd like to do, and this may be my last section of questioning, I'd like you to describe
What you would do.
the ideal situation as to getting the most reliable data from an iPhone from the start. What's the most reliable way to do it?
I would say the most reliable way is following the recently released SWIG-DE Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence document on best practices of evidence handling, preservation, and imaging. I may have that title slightly out of order, but it is the document released this January.
And tell me what that is.
Sure. In that, the first thing, from which point are we starting? Are we starting like extracting the data using a tool, or are we talking on scene, taking the device into evidence?
The latter.
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ensure that you are isolating the device. This is also going to depend on condition from the network. So typically this would be done with a Faraday enclosure in a best practice. However, there are alternative ways of isolating from the network, such as disabling all of the communication protocols, such as Wi-Fi, airplane mode, etc. The next step, once you've isolated, but prior to, you also want to make sure you're continuing battery stat. So if a device is on, you want to keep it powered on. If it's off, you want to keep it powered off. That's a general statement. So the best way to do that is to attach a battery charger. Just like when your battery runs low, you plug in a charger in the back of these battery packs. We do that with that before we put it in the Faraday bag. A Faraday bag is an enclosure that blocks signals from coming to the device. This is so a remote wipe command couldn't be sent, or so that more data isn't received to the phone, because phones are live.
Do you guys understand what he is doing right here? This was everything that was done earlier in the night. He's getting her to...
and constantly obtaining data. So we're going to have it with a battery pack in the Faraday, presuming it was on. Again, I don't know the status of this device. The next steps are going to depend on what state that device is. and what make and model that device is, and what the current support for that device is. There are multiple types of extraction methods of phones. In the modern day on iOS, a full file system image, what we had on the devices in question in this case, is considered the gold standard because it has the most robust information. So at this point, the next question is what's the best image type? And that's going to depend on if we have a passcode or if we don't have a passcode.
If I could,
Please.
and I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, please.
I want to break it down for the jury. So what I now want to do, you've stopped at a certain point, but you've talked about securing, what I would call securing the phone, right? And then making sure that there's no data swipes. You talked about airplane mode, Faraday bag, Faraday box, right? Do you know whether any of those protocols were followed for either the iPhone of Jen McCabe or John O'Keefe?
As I mentioned, I was not there for those processes. I don't have documentation of it. As mentioned, what started where my receipt of the device is from the image.
Exactly. So you don't know.
I can't testify to processes I did not or was not available or aware of.
Fair enough. But do you have a little bit of hint as to whether the phone of Mr. John O'Keefe was properly secured in airplane mode, a Faraday bag, or a Faraday box, based upon your own report of the iPhone of John McCabe? Can you determine that from page 5 of your report?
Obviously, there is data signals that are still being made and created. I believe that is what you're referring to. So the assumption is that I don't know at which point a Faraday bag is employed, but I also want to be clear, I don't know when, I don't have information outside of the digital forensics realm about this case, so I don't know precisely when the phone was taken into custody by law enforcement.
Fair enough. So assume that Mr. O'Keefe was deceased around the latest 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Isn't there activity on that phone, health data activity, up to around noon of January 29th?
Health data activity would continue to be reported regardless of if the device was isolated from the network or not. Health data has to do with the movement of the device. So if the device was being moved even within a Faraday bag, that data would still be populated.
How about location data?
Location data is unlikely to be reported in a device that is Faraday enclosed, but I do not know what location data you're referring to, so I cannot speak in absolutes without having a better reference to the artifacts in question. If you're saying it's in my report, I'll look at it, but again, I never knew when the phone was seized, so it was not part of my initial analysis. Do I have permission to look at that time now? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So
Come on, get it. Come on, baby.
Bear with me. It's a big report, as you know.
It is a big report.
And it was at the bottom of my stack.
Pardon me?
All right. It was at the bottom of my stack. I had to lift up the other ones to find it. All right. So,
Your Honor, may I assist and point her to a page?
That'd be great.
Thank you. If you could turn to that report on your page 47 and continue on to page 50.
I do see incoming data that is consistent with the device not being Faradayed, such as the receipt of SMS messages, notifications from Ring, etc.
So, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe was not secured in the manner you described before we got to this, as would be the best practice with regard to getting the most accurate data from a phone. That is, once it comes in, that it's to either be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box. That's correct. By your own report, you see activity.
I do see activity. It was not Faradayed. Faraday prevents wiping of the device and additional data. So actually, in this instance, it doesn't appear that the device was at risk of wipe because it was not wiped. And we actually have more data because we get to see the data that continue to come into the device. I'm not saying that's in accordance with best practice. I'm saying that that's what I see based off of what you just had me review in the data.
It sounds like you're trying to justify.
Oh, I'm not
if
trying to
right or
justify.
wrong, you tell me. It sounds like you're trying to justify the fact it wasn't secured. Am I correct? or
No,
not?
you're incorrect. I'm just stating we have, you asked if we had more data or less data. We actually have more data with it not being Faradayed, but no, best practice
That-
would be to Faraday.
that
I
wasn't my
100%
question.
agree.
My question wasn't, is there more or less data? My question
That was never the
simply,
question.
Doesn't your own report
Sure.
show activity up until noon on January 29, 2022?
Correct. And for clarity, my scope was till noon, so I don't know if there was activity beyond that.
Right, but as far as your scope goes, I want to be clear.
Yep.
There is activity on this
Absolutely.
phone,
Absolutely. The
which
phone,
shows that it was not put in airplane mode, it was not put in a Faraday bag, and it was not put in a Faraday box, and that failure is not best practice.
correct. It is not in accordance
Thank
with the best practices. I agree. I would have Faradayed it.
Thank you. So
If I,
that's
presuming
that's
all
okay.
things.
I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Redirect.
Of course.
God, John's location service is wrong.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
You're welcome. You were asked when you began working on analyzing phones in this case, and you said it was in May. Was that of May of 2023?
May of 2023, May 4th, 2023 is the email I have of a note. Thank you. Yes. It's easy to remember because May the 4th be with you.
When you first were asked to begin work on this case in May of 2023, what was the catalyst for you to begin working on this?
I was contacted by Mr. Tully and then contracted, a SOW was signed, and I began work on the initial request to look at those two search terms on January 29th. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Was there a certain claim that was lodged that you were to focus on?
I was to focus on the two search terms from January 29th, 2022.
And were you informed why? Was there any context to that?
Probably, I don't recall the exact conversation that I had with the DA's office and Lieutenant Tully at that time, but I'm assuming that I was given that context. I have in my notes that I was to look at those two searches on that date and do an analysis about those.
Were you asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was asked to provide my report, not to reach a particular result.
Were you asked to reach a conclusion that the 227 timestamp was inaccurate?
No,
When you engaged in your analysis, was it independent of the district attorney's office?
my analysis was independent of the district attorney's office. I actually, in the first case, had very little communication with the district attorney's office during the period of my analysis.
Was there any input from any outside source on what your result or ultimate opinions would be?
No,
Would you ever allow anybody to affect your input?
no.
Throughout the course of your efforts with this phone, have there been changes to software?
Absolutely. As mentioned on direct, software updates are near monthly.
I want to ask you about changes to the Celebrite software. You were asked about certain reports you wrote. Were the reports that you wrote relative to different requests for analysis?
Yes.
The report regarding report number 3, regarding changes to Celebrite software, Was that report limited to the timestamp change, or was it to include other efforts?
The scope of that report, may I review what I have documented as the
Please.
scope? I believe we're talking about report 2. That's the one about the celebrate change.
Yes.
And I have the request was to understand changes made in the newer version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer to artifacts pertaining to the timeline of a particular Google search on January 29, 2022, namely how's long to die in cold.
When you looked at the Celebrate software and report, was the timestamp characterization changed or removed?
Yes, it was removed. That timestamp in the version starting in May of 2024, Celebrate actually removed that, and they put a release note stating that it was due to the ambiguity and potential for misconstruing the meaning of that data.
Was there any other releases informing other reasons why that was changed other than the potential that somebody could misconstrue, misinterpret, or distort the information?
Can I read Celebrate's own statement?
Please.
Celebrate's statement in
To yourself.
to myself? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can I read that? Yeah, to yourself.
Can you
Could
repeat the
share with
question?
us,
now?
was there any reason other than the concern about misinterpreting or distorting?
They said that
So what's your understanding?
my understanding is that it is not a reliable timestamp, and that is why Celebrate removed it.
You were asked about Axiom. Axiom, is it the same or different?
Magnet Axiom and Celebrate Physical Analyzer are two different tools that both do forensic analysis of mobile phones.
You were asked whether Axiom still has a timestamp that was similar to Celebrate before the change.
Axiom shows what I spoke to on direct, where they have it as a parsed versus carved result. And so that particular result shows in the suspended StateDB artifact as carved.
Do companies like Axiom and Celebrate give releases, updates, information about how to interpret their reports?
So Axiom actually has a document that's released with it called the Artifact Reference Guide. And that actually gives a brief description of the fields and of artifacts. All tools, when they release new artifacts, they put out in a release notes. Not all artifacts are clearly documented that are parsed. However, all of the vendors regularly put out webinars and blog posts that explain their new artifacts, but not necessarily all.
Is there any releases or cautions from Axiom on the same issue about misinterpreting a timestamp?
Axiom, in their artifact reference guide for this artifact, does speak to the possibility of misinterpretation and states that the timestamp can be earlier than the search had occurred, based on what different reasons could cause that timestamp.
Let me ask you about a Faraday bag. You said that best practices is to isolate an item in a Faraday bag.
That's correct.
Do you have any information, or did you know the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that night, or where it went after?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the time period?
On January 29, 2022, from say 6:04 in the morning until later that afternoon.
I did not have access to that information.
When you analyze data from certain devices, are they always placed in a Faraday bag immediately after an incident?
There's a lot of times when this is situation dependent. An example of when you would not put something in a Faraday bag is when you have a deceased victim and you're going to be using their biometrics to possibly unlock the device. Because a Faraday bag is enclosed and then can't be opened, if your intent, if you don't have the password, is to use a deceased person's fingerprint to unlock the phone, we don't want to put the person's finger in the Faraday bag. So usually those phones would not be Faradayed, but they would typically have airplane mode enabled or SIM card removed. But no, SIM card removed doesn't actually work on iOS, so I won't get into that.
Understanding or having the opinion that this item was not placed in a Faraday bag at 6:04 in the morning, does that in any way affect your opinions about the data that you analyzed on this phone and the conclusions that you reached regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It does not have any impact on the conclusions other than the fact that it wasn't Faradayed and more data came in. So we have additional data.
You were asked a very
Then why
specific
would it be
question about history DB.
Okay, just so we're clear here, I would recross and just say, well, then why would it be best practice for you to do it in a put it in airplane mode, put it in Faraday bag as soon as you got it? If you're saying in this case you got more data out of it, well, wouldn't it be best practice maybe to get more data out of it? So you would just go all the way up until like the point that you like, what is the purpose for it? If it's considered best practice for a reason, what can happen? What can happen? And what it's called is bad things can happen, right? I would ask her that question. Then why isn't it best practice just let it fucking go all the way, write it all up? Dumb as fuck.
And it was simply whether or not How's Long to Die in Cold, whether it appeared in history DB. That isolated question, does that provide any context for you and your analysis and conclusions about How Long to Die in Cold and that it occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 the next morning?
The absence of the history DB artifact doesn't mean that that search didn't occur at that time. We have multiple corroborating artifacts, which is usually what we look for, 2 artifacts that demonstrate is like very good. You don't necessarily need that, but in this instance, we have both from the Mobile Safari plist, which tracks the history, as well as the Knowledge C DB. So we do have 2 artifacts showing that those searches were done at that time. Of course, 6 seconds apart for the difference between the Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
On direct examination, you were not asked questions about Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
That is
but
correct.
You were on cross-examination, so let me follow up. You have a report that you authored regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
That is correct.
and you had an opportunity to look at the healthcare data for January 29, 2022.
That is correct.
Page 6 of your report.
Thank you.
You noted that there were steps that began at 12:11:09 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And the way healthcare data works, do you have an understanding whether steps means a person actually took a number of steps, or does it mean something else?
Steps doesn't necessarily mean that you took a number of steps. It's based on the motion of the device. So it could be steps. It could be you're carrying it. It could be that you're in some other kind of motion. You could be on a bicycle. You could any number of things. And the number of steps is based on the presumed gait, based on the input into the Apple Health app in terms of gender and height. So it determines a gait and then prescribes a number of steps, but it is possible for other things to cause steps to occur.
You were asked specifically if you saw that there were reported movement or health steps at 12:21:10 a.m. and specifically pointed out to you notation or characterization of 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is what's stored in the database. I try to clarify, as I did for you, sir, that that's what's stored in the database. I'm not saying that 80 steps were taken.
And by the way, in addition to the healthcare analysis, you did some analysis on the movement of a car, didn't you?
For Ms.
Your Honor. I'm going to deny that question.
Can these health steps occur if somebody's holding a phone while traveling in a car?
As mentioned in my report, it's caused by motion. It could be various motions that could cause it. You could be using an elliptical. You could be in a vehicle. You could be on a bicycle. It's not necessarily steps taken.
Based on your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the report that was pointed out to you on cross-examination, do you have information or opinion where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was located around 12:21:10 while those steps registered?
Objection, Your Honor. So,
That's beyond the scope of the class.
It was pointed out to you at 12:21:10 there was a a registered 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you were also asked about the last healthcare data, the last movements of this phone. And it was pointed out that that began at 12:31:56 for 20 seconds.
That's correct. Per the data in the database.
And is that the last movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that evening before 6:04 that you saw when you analyzed the entire data in the phone?
May I have one moment to review?
Yes.
That appears to be the last before the 6 a.m. hour.
So that 20 seconds, if it began at 12:31:56, what was the last movement in seconds in time at that time of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, if that was a 20-second interval at 12:31:56, what was the last second that evening that Mr. O'Keefe's phone moved?
12:32:16.
And then when you analyze the phone and were asked about these times, is there any movement between that last movement and 6:04:01?
Between the 12:32?
Yes, 12:32:16 and 6:04:01. Any movement of that phone whatsoever?
I do not have anything supporting that in my report.
Do you know what was going on with Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:04:01 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I do not know precisely what was happening with his phone at that time in terms of movement. If that's, or are you asking me? I'm sorry. Can you clarify what you mean
Yes.
by the question?
The next movement after 12:32
Is the 6:04.
6:04:01
Correct.
a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any information about where or why there was movement of the phone at that time?
No.
I don't. That wouldn't be inside my digital evidence, I don't believe.
And the last question is, the next movement at 6:15:14, do you know if that phone was being moved by somebody or somebody else than Mr.
The
O'Keefe?
phone was in motion. I do not know if it could be by a person, it could be on a rail car. I don't think it was on a rail car for clarity, but I don't know what is causing that motion at that time.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up, Mr.
Yes,
Lewis?
thank you, Your Honor.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Excuse me, please.
Good. I know.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, you were asked questions by Mr. Brennan just moments ago about Celebrite and release notes. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And did Celebrite, beyond stating that their opinion was the 2:20:40 a.m. timestamp was not reliable, did they give any reason at all for why they concluded it was not reliable in that? I'm sorry, we'll wait for the,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
and I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In that release note, does Celebrite state any reason for why they wrote not a reliable timestamp?
There are other
I'm sorry, my
published, but
question
not
is, do they
Celebrite?
state in the release note whether there's a reason for why they concluded?
May I look at the release note, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
And please try not to talk.
I will,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2.
Not asking you to read it, just asking whether or not they give any reason for the conclusion, not a reliable timestamp.
One moment, I'd like to review what they wrote. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
You're welcome.
I think Paul's
Yes, they do.
dipping out of
They
the
state that further research since is the reason that they're doing it, that there's further research.
Did they state what that research is?
They don't, but
All right, but they don't state what the further research is.
that is correct. They
All right,
state
now
that
what I'd like
it's
to do is
unreliable.
move on to Axiom.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and you referred to Axiom as using a different parlance with the timestamp of carved, correct?
Celebrate uses this deleted demarcation or recovered demarcation. Axiom does not do that at all. They speak to how they recovered the artifact, be it that it was parsed. When I say parsed, I mean the item was where it was expected to be in the algorithm, found it, located it, and said it's here, versus carved, which is when they have to go into an unexpected area, such as slack space, which would be the areas that are not yet used or were previously used to extract the data from that.
So Axiom actually recovers the timestamp, but Celebrite does not. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
currently, previously, when we did the first case.
Right, but
it's the
currently,
opposite.
Celebrite
Correct.
doesn't, but Axiom does. Axiom recovers 2:27:40 a.m., correct? Timestamp? They
That
recover-
is the timestamp that they show for that artifact. Correct.
Exactly. So now I'd like to go back to the next topic, our discussion about Mr. O'Keefe's phone and secured or not. You talked about one example of maybe needing to use a biometric to unlock a phone, and that might be a reason, as I understand it, as to why someone might not put it in a Faraday bag or box. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know whether the passcode was immediately provided on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not have that information.
Assume that the passcode was immediately provided for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. Can you think of any other reason why that phone wouldn't be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box?
Best practice would be to put it in a Faraday bag.
Okay. And that phone was obviously not put in airplane mode, Faraday box, or Faraday bag after 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to,
Well, I don't know if at some point past 12 o'clock. My report only goes to noon, so just for clarity, I don't know
Fair enough.
anything past noon.
fair enough, but from 6:04 a.m. until approximately noon on January 29, 2022, at least that time, that phone is not in airplane mode in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, correct?
It would appear such. Because I didn't analyze past that, I don't know if it had been potentially Faradayed and then it broke Faraday and got data, but I don't suspect that based on this. It appears that that data was live. But I just have to speak to the fact that I just don't know because I didn't go past noon.
Right, but you're going past noon.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay.
My
yeah.
question,
6
and
a.m. to
I'm-
noon, it does not appear to be Faraday.
So to be clear, from 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022 until at least noon of January 29, 2022, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe is not in airplane mode, it's not in a Faraday bag, and it's not a Faraday box, correct?
Unless it was in a broken Faraday bag, like they put it and it was failing. But it does not appear to have been placed in Faraday bag.
All right.
Well, I'm just being honest. You should test your Faraday bags. They go bad. I use Dr. Katz's testing methodology, but in 100%, it appears to have been receiving signal for that entire period and not in a Faraday bag, which would be best practice unless biometrics were needed.
So let's now go to hopefully what are the last two categories of questions. With regard to the iPhone of Jen McCabe,
Let's make it good.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether over 200 calls were auto-deleted on her phone? You analyzed it.
We can see that calls were auto-deleted. You're asking me if the number of, I just want to make sure I understand the question. If the number of calls that were auto-deleted, if that exceeded 200?
My question is, do you know whether there was auto deletions on Jen McCabe's phone?
Like every 30 days.
I know that.
I'm uncomfortable with the term auto deletions because I don't know what that is inferring.
Okay. Did you analyze her phone at all for deletions?
I analyzed her phone to see if there had been deletions of call logs, and what I found was that there were records that were removed by the system and not recoverable from that database, but were recoverable from biomes.
Understood. Now, what I'd like to do is to address your answer in response to Mr. Brennan's questions, where you said that the issue with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's, or just generally your proposition, that there was no impact on your conclusion because more data had been obtained. Did I get that correct?
I believe my statement was there was no impact on my conclusion with the fact that it had not been in a Faraday.
Right. So isn't it, though, the case that when a phone's not in a Faraday and is therefore active, data can be overwritten?
Yes.
So if data can be overwritten when it's not in a Faraday, you can lose that data, correct?
Is there data that we're concerned? Yes, theoretically.
Right.
Yes.
You talked about, in response to Attorney Brennan, the 12/31/56 steps, and you said the last, according to you, last movement 12/32/16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
Yeah. To boil it down, isn't correct that that phone was moving at that time?
May I check the timestamp again?
Absolutely.
I apologize. There's
Oh, no.
a lot of timestamps going back and forth.
Please do.
12/31/56? Is that
That's the start. Yep.
Oh, yes, this one there definitely is. Yes.
So, doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12/31/56 and still moving until 12/32/16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate again you answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hyde, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good.
RIC counsel about scheduling. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Moving to where? A car. Car. These are veterans. They know that they don't want to take a chance with not having it. You just don't put it somewhere and like, oh, just don't touch it, because like you make one step with it, it moves. You have it in a car, you can handle it and not be worried about it. Just you're not gonna get any steps.
May I?
Yes.
I would like to play clip 15, please.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Okay.
Woo!
So, folks, I talked to the lawyers briefly about scheduling in sidebar, and I'm told we're actually ahead of schedule.
I told you I was right.
The beginning, a witness is probably going to take a while. We may as well let you go and enjoy the rest of this beautiful afternoon. So, we're on schedule.
Fuck yeah, bitches! Oh my God, let's hear it again. Hold on. I have to have bingo. Hold on.
Briefly about scheduling in sidebar, and I'm told we're actually ahead of schedule. So with that, rather than beginning a witness who's probably going to take a while, we may as well let you go and enjoy the rest of this beautiful afternoon. So we're on schedule, ahead of schedule. We'll reevaluate that tomorrow night. You will see the lawyers at sidebar as the lawyers will talk a little bit about scheduling. So same cautions, please. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, to the court, please. Close it open.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Woo! I love it. Fuck yeah, Karen. Either I'm going down or you're going down. It's me or her. Karen, I got your back, girl. Hug heaven, baby. Yes. Yes, you sick bitch, Jen McCabe. Fuck yes, that was bomb. You were so stupid, Brennan. You're so stupid. God damn it, I love it. God, that was so priceless. One more time for the cheap seats. Hank, gonna play clip 15.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Fuck yeah, Karen.
All right. So, folks,
God. Now, did Alan Jackson allow these statements for a reason? You guys, that was a year ago. April of 2024. I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. Now that's what you talk about. God. Yes, Karen. Fuck this bitch up. Take Carrie Roberts with her. Remember when she said this? April of 2024. So much has happened since then. God, so good. All right, guys. We're going to end on that note. Yes. She's a liar. Jen McCabe lied. And Karen knows. Why do you think she was so pissed off? John walked off. Jen said something to Karen. God, I fucking love it. All right, guys. No bingos. Anybody? This is gonna get good. I think Karen Reed's taking the stand. And you see how they keep saying that they're ahead of schedule? Hank Brennan's not calling that many more people. Because there's just nothing to it. The girl hit her boyfriend. We gathered up the fucking shit at the scene. Okay. there's nothing more to say. I mean, we have our witnesses that said this is what happened. Like, you know, yes. Oh, she won again? Fuck yeah. Love when people win double time. It's just your lucky day. Oh my God, I hearted it. And I hearted it. You guys, this is so good. This is such good news. Dude, Karen! Karen with the right hook! Fucking take that stand, Karen. Take that stand. Tell them about Hog Heaven. Tell them about Oakdale. Tell them about Oakdale. Okay? Tell them about how you saw him making out with that snaggletooth bitch. I'll go one more time. Fuck it. I got a couple extra seconds here. Look at how excited Hank Brennan is to play this.
May I?
Yes.
I would like to play clip 15, please.
Hold on.
Holy mother, Jen McCain. Jen McCain, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
You guys, that's how every witness testified for them. Totally fucking Xanax out.
All right. So, folks, I talked to the lawyers briefly about scheduling a sidebar, and I'm told.
Stop it, Bev. Let me mind.
Holy mother, Jen McCain. Jen McCain, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
God, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Fuck yeah, Karen. I love it. All right, guys, nothing but love. Cheers. But that super slow-mo, all them bitches on Xanax testifying. They got something. They got something. Jen McCabe, either it's her or it's Karen. Show that data. God, yes. Okay, bye guys. See you later. It's gonna be good.